Logs and peaking. Alrighty. Now we should be properly live under the right title. And category. Just kind of waiting for it at the moment. Must that always be waiting? Ew. Oh, flat. I've always had trouble with that note, and that phrase, that song. I always go flat there. I'm trying to work on it. At the same time, I also don't give it the full effort I should. Well, I guess it's not going to say it then. Damn you, stream elements. So, we'll just get underway. I really don't have shit yet. It's still early. It feels late, but it's not late. It only feels late because I've been up late.
Old Mage Guy is now live. Streaming I'm only sleeping. Sleep stream time.
Excuse me? I made sure to change that. Immature. Not to say, but the fact that it includes an interpretation. Why you responding to your house, man? Your own castle. inanimate objects as well. But usually they don't respond to them. Or me have to respond to them. I was purposely not saying you, but thank you for providing the proper example of exactly what that would look like.
Was the implementation of tariffs on a variety of goods from Canada and Mexico. This decision, announced 2 days after imposing widespread duties, delays the tariffs until April. Despite claiming there were no delays at all, Trump signed an order in the Oval Office postponing these tariffs. This follows his early decision to provide a 1-month reprieve for car makers after they warned of serious disruptions. Retailers have also cautioned that consumers could face rising prices in grocery stores thanks to Trump's tariffs. After speaking with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, Trump stated that Mexico would not be subject to tariffs on items covered under the existing United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. Later in the day, he extended similar relief to Canada until April 2nd, despite previously criticizing Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for allegedly exploiting the tariff issue for political gain. Trump denied that his decision was influenced by recent stock market volatility, even as the S&P 500 dropped 1.8% today. During a recent address to Congress, he acknowledged that tariffs could cause a little disturbance, but insisted the administration was prepared for it. Although he initially planned to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico immediately upon returning to office, Trump delayed action until February. When the tariffs took effect, they included a 25% duty on all Mexican goods, 25% on most Canadian products, and 10% on Canadian energy imports. Additionally, tariffs on Chinese exports were doubled from 10 to 20%. Trump and his supporters argue that increased tariffs will strengthen the U.S. economy by leveraging economic pressure to secure favorable trade agreements. However, many businesses and economists warn that such measures could harm both domestic and global economies. In a separate development, a federal court has ruled that Donald Trump acted unlawfully when he abruptly dismissed a senior official from the United States top labor agency, ordering she should be reinstated. Quinn Wilcox, the first member of the National Labor Relations Board to be removed by a U.S. president since the board's creation in 1935, was the subject of this decision. In her ruling, Judge Beryl A. Howell emphasized that the U.S. Constitution clearly does not allow any government official, including the president, to act as a monarch. Howell, who oversaw the hearing on a motion for summary judgment in the District of Columbia, wrote that the president does not have the authority to remove NLRB members and will. She described Trump's attempt to remove Wilcox as a blatant violation of the law. Howell further remarked that any president who views themselves as a king or dictator misunderstands their constitutional role under Article 2. The section of the Constitution defines the president's powers and responsibilities, including the duty to uphold and enforce the laws enacted by Congress. Wilcox initiated legal action last month, arguing that her dismissal violated the National Labour Relations Act. This law specifies that board members can only be removed for cause, such as negligence or misconduct. Her removal reduced the board's membership to 2, falling short of the 3-member quorum required to decide cases.
Gotta say,
following the ruling, Wilcox expressed her
considering I was up all night,
her duties. It's not just
this
about
being the last one,
but I'm proud to
not
represent
fucking
this
bad.
right, she stated, outside the courthouse. The White House
That was bad. I missed the garbage can.
arguing that both Wilcox and NLRB General Counsel were far-left appointees with radical views that did not align with the Trump administration's vision for Labour policy. During the hearing, Howell noted that the Trump administration contended the law preventing the removal of board members was unconstitutional. Similar arguments have surfaced in other legal challenges against the NLRB by companies such as SpaceX and Amazon.
Almost full
in
24
response to
hours.
Labor enforcement
YouTube.
actions.
Hinton Jackson's LMAO. Bro, I have a dream we had used the recording store for some beer and food.
Enjoy incredible savings with up to 35% off new releases.
No, I haven't.
Pay less.
Not since last night. And tomorrow I go shopping.
Clogged gutters are easy to forget, annoying to clean.
Stock up on
grow
food
into a
and
big problem.
snacks and
There's an
drinks.
easier way to ensure your gutters stay clean.
I'm saying drinks as a non-alcoholic, just to be clear.
Upgrades to a permanent solution you can count on with Leaf Filter.
I've never understood calling alcohol going and getting drinks. I've seen how it's used. I've dealt with it. I've used it just that way I knew people could understand what I was saying.
Flooding, roof damage, rotting siding, foundation issues, and more. Every installation comes with a lifetime, no clogs
But just
guarantee.
drinks referring to alcohol, that's not typical for me.
Technology to keep out everything but water. No holes, gaps, or large openings for debris.
Just calling it drinks is weird.
YouTube. Hinton Jackson. You're getting food stamps tomorrow.
I
Protect your home and never clean out gutters again.
supposed to anyhow. We'll see.
America's #1 gutter.
I really fucking hope so, because otherwise I'm
Free
screwed.
inspection and take advantage of the spring spectacular sale with up to 30% off your entire purchase at leafilter.com/5 minutes.
It may be only usable on food, but god damn it, I need food.
At leafilter.com/5 minutes. See representative for warranty details.
Oh, so here's the funny thing. Because I am disabled, and one of my disabilities is a written expressive disability, I can do all the paperwork for food stamps and everything on the phone. I don't have to fucking sit there and write it all out and sign it all out
YouTube.
and make sure
Hinton
it's check all right
Jackson.
boxes
When
and
do you
shit.
get disability?
I already got it. It's come and gone. Got it on the 24th. That's how come I had the money for a little bit. Money to get my meds and shit. Which are now gone, like money. Thankfully, I've still got flour. So I'm not totally screwed for meds. It's like, but honestly, food's a lot more expensive habit. It's a killer one, too. You don't follow it and it'll kill you. Food's a horrible addiction.
YouTube. Hinton Jackson. Oh, okay for sure, bro.
If anyone doesn't get that's completely in jest, though to some extent has factual basis to it.
YouTube. Hinton Jackson. Food is expensive as hell.
Mm-hmm. Shit, food is more expensive than fucking a cart. Cart can last me up to 4 days. Try to spend $20 for food, I might get 2 days. And that's if I'm just one meal a day. Or go extremely fucking cheap shit. I'm probably not going to bring myself around to eat because of my issues. Most of the cheaper shit, as far as hot dogs and things like that, I can't eat. I mean, hot dogs, I can get away with it because I can cook them.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I go to Costco and spend $600 on groceries and I get home, put it away, and I'm like, where's all the food? LMA.
Fuck, I wish I had Costco. Shit. Not to mention Costco close by. The nearest Costco now is in State Capital. It might be going closer, but not that I know of. Get some sodas, get some Monsters. Skins being at sausages.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. What time is G coming through?
Not today, not next week. And then it should be early morning, about 8 o'clock arrivals, give or take. 8:30. Unless they're running late. And that wouldn't be good. Mom's going to be hurting so bad next week. But while someone's not able to be there in the hotel room with G, they bring her over so I can watch her. To the person who just joined, thank you for joining. Welcome. We're doing a little bit of chit chat at the moment. We will be getting back to it. This is just kind of how my streams go. You'll start chit chatting, and I'll chit chat with you. I'll pause the stream and talk with you about it. Or not stream the. Well, technically, yeah, I mean, it's part of the stream too.
YouTube.
So
Hinson Jackson. Get some burgers, bro, and some frozen pizzas.
I don't have room for frozen pizzas. My freezer is... Do I have something that's the right size? Well, put it quite simply. That will not fit in the freezer. It'll fit lengthwise. It will not fit width. That's how big my freezer is. And even at that height and width, it would take up almost all the space. Even if I could somehow manage to manipulate the space to get it in there. It's a plastic fucking U shelf in the fridge. I've got a little college mini fridge, dude. Little square ones. It's not a soda fridge, but it's a mini fridge. Matter of fact, I'll go better yet. I'll let you see my mini fridge. Because I can do that. Whoop! Not post that there. That is Splashy's chat.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. They have the individual French bread pizzas that are pretty small.
I don't like French bread pizza. The French bread itself gets hard very quickly, and I don't like it. That's why I don't do garlic bread unless it's homemade. Yeah. First picture, they're coming to you via Discord. First picture is the fridge from the outside. The second one is fridge from the inside. The little rectangle, or the rectangle that's up in the upper right corner of the inside picture, that's my freezer. One of those French red pizzas would fill my freezer. I might be able to get a couple burritos in there. At most 4. After one thing French bread pizza. I ain't got shite for space. As a matter of fact, now that you see how big my fridge is, you might be wondering how I managed to get it all in there when I do bring home.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, LMAO.
Two most killer addictions in the world. Food and water. Oh, sorry. Food, air, and water. Those top 3. And they're addictions every human has.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, I feel ya, bro. It's time for an upgrade fridge.
Meh. That's a little too expensive. Well, 600 of my 967 is rent. The rest of it was meds, bills, and whatnot. And I'm still waiting for T-Mobile to re-engage the auto pay and take this month's internet payment. I might have to try Wi-Fi calling first time. I'm not used to calling regular numbers on Wi-Fi calling. It's weird to me. It's different.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, bro, I feel like all water should be free. Bottled water and all.
There's a lot of things that should be free, including electricity. Technically, this is actually the proper stream to go into that. I was going to say, but this isn't the right time for that. No, this actually is the right time for that. No. The inventor that discovered and learned how to harness electricity, Nikola Tesla, originally it was supposed to be free. He didn't want anyone to be charged for what he had discovered.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, they may as well charge us to breath air in rolling on the floor laughing.
Shh! Don't give him ideas! You gotta think, the people that are up there right now, any idea they can to take a buck from you. I wish that wasn't the case, but I mean, from selling gold bars, he sold sneakers, crypto, fucking trading cards, gold bars again. U.S. citizenship. That one's got a hefty price tag, $5 million. Or, what's it, mil? Yeah, mil. $5 million for Trump's gold card. We only pick the best people. Yeah, sure. If by the best people you mean the ones that are willing to pay you more. The ones that are willing to line your pockets and let you scam everybody. No, thank you. I will pass on all the Trump merchandise. Though, I'm not gonna lie.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Do you only eat once a day, bro?
Typically, yes. But that's just because typically I don't have something to have a couple snacks during the day.
YouTube,
Or
Hinson Jackson.
really
Let me get a Pop-Tart bowl.
I don't have any Pop-Tarts right now. The box I have left here isn't Pop-Tarts. It's actually a lot worse for you. Pretty sure you don't want one of them.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I only eat once a day myself.
Yeah, I get it. I'm noticing that it's becoming a more common trend nowadays too. People and families only eating once a day if they don't have some other place that provides meals, because that's what it's coming down to price-wise. And I hate seeing people that aren't on food stamps having to deal with that. Or people that, more specifically, people that can't qualify for food stamps having to deal with that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Myself and everybody else on food stamps shouldn't have to deal with that either, but it's not just us. For real. And I am not unaware. Yep. Told everyone, if I keep long hair long enough, I will start to take care of it because it'll drive me insane. I actually had an ex that, well, the same ex that I left the state for, to get away from her. She was abusive. And asked me why I didn't brush my hair very much.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. LMAO had me laughing when you said for Trump to get his Ken doll off camera.
I'm sorry. That's exactly what Vance looked like in that. He looked like a fucking Ken doll. He looked so fucking plastic. For fucking real. If it wasn't for all the facial expressions he was doing, I would have thought that he just had fucking plastic surgery. Dude was looking fucking Mattel. And now, I personally don't have an issue with Mattel, but Ken and Barbie certainly do. As well as a lot of scientists. I mean, shit. Dolls and action figures are a great way to be able to teach kids about the human anatomy. I mean, for real, at a younger age even. And that's why, especially when I see any of this, boys shouldn't play with dolls. Motherfucker, stop it. Fucking stop it. And then that's what that one comes down to. It's not going to make them gay. It's not going to make them bi. It's going to make them use their imagination. And play with
YouTube,
girls.
Hinson Jackson, were you a fan of Bernie Sanders?
Yes. Actually, for quite a while, I was rather a fan of Bernie. He said some things I didn't agree with, but he was the best of the group most of the time. There was a couple of things he was just a little too far left for me. Otherwise, no problem with him. Honestly, I know Democrats were trying to get a woman president, but they should have flipped the script and had gone Walz-Harris, as in having Harris be VP again. Because Tim Walz, her running mate, fucking stand-up dude. As far as telling it like it is, speaking out, and not shying away from it. Got some respect for that man. Don't know much about him yet.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, do you think people are born gay or bi? Or do you think it's something that they grow into? Or learn?
It's not learned. I can tell you that one now. As far as being, that comes down to discovery. I mean, 100% comes down to discovery. And that's why it's that same time that gender dysphoria can happen. As I continue to tell people, just because someone is trans doesn't mean they have gender dysphoria. Or that they even had gender dysphoria. Because that would mean that they would actually have to have gone through a decent amount of dread at the fact that they were not physically as they felt internally and mentally. And that's where you get, as I refer to us, the third category of trans, non-binary people. At least in my opinion, in my place, I didn't have a sexual image that I was supposed to fulfill.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, interesting.
I never felt fit in with males. A lot of the male shit. Just didn't like it. And I'm a little too masculine to be female. Not to mention, not my cup of tea. Not my idea of a good time. So that kind of leaves me somewhere in the middle with no guide on what I'm supposed to look like. So, I tossed the script on that bullshit. And I said, I got this. I mean, it takes a lot to be on an attraction level straight, but constantly thought of and mistaken for the gay best friend. That's not a small feat.
Hinson Jackson, I remember my cousin came out as gay and we hung out all the time when we were young and I was pissed off. But then growing up I accepted it all, man.
Good. Good. Yeah. Freaking... A lot of people really don't realize exactly what it's like without being it. And that one I yeah, that's one of the few things I can say. Unless you're somewhere over in the community, it's going to be hard to understand. Unless you can put yourself in our shoes, it's going to be hard to understand. And personally, I don't want anyone trying to put themselves in my shoes.
Hinson Jackson. I was homophobic at a young age.
It happens, especially with all the fucking conditioning that we have out here. There is so much conditioning against gay, trans, lesbian. It's fucking ridiculous. Don't start checking the trailer, dude. He was trying to do that all night while my stomach was fucking with me. See, and that's just it. The funny thing for me, I'm not homophobic at all. But I can't stand seeing any part of the male reproduction anatomy. Well, I can't stand it. I just don't like it. Not even my own.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I was a fan of Ben Carson, bro, not going to lie.
Nothing wrong with Carson. A little old school thought, but that was the time. I'm not going to sit here and go back and constantly dog on people for something that was acceptable during the time. And that we've learned better than now. It's like me listening to Art Bell shows. There's several things on there that are not factual. But that was also from a time when a lot of that stuff was considered to be the mainstream fact. Before we learned what it actually was. And the case in point that it's really in that point is the last show I was listening to. Of course, Art's going on with the conspiracy shits. Fucking having people who claim to be aliens and immortals call in. Like, I'm sorry, dude.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. True.
It's like, I'm sorry, dude, but if the aliens was here, they ain't gonna call into your radio show. Not even back then. It's like, no offense. And then there's fucking people that claim to be immortal, and it's just like, in what regard? Reincarnation. Reincarnation is not immortal. Next! Past lives is not
YouTube.
immortality.
Hinson Jackson. What was Loki doing?
Shaking the trailer. Oh, the beeper? Yeah. He got up and went purposely. After each run, he stopped for a second just to look at him. It's like, you booger. He laid down, figured that wasn't a comfy spot, got up, moved to a different spot, and is comfy. Laying down again. He didn't have to lay down, but probably a lot more comfortable than standing on it.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. LMAO Loki.
Yeah, he's a goof. He really is. I'm more than likely going to be coughing up a couple of movies. I need to have draft you.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I haven't seen Dublin lol, it's breakfast time for them.
It is breakfast time for them. She's right here. No, it's for the garbage can. The garbage can is not a toy. Baby, baby, come on. Come on, mister. Baby. Eat up, buddy. Young lady, you still got food in your bowl. You had your wet food last night. You had your dinner. And you get free fed, so you technically don't have a breakfast. You just have a dinner time every other day. / whenever your bowl's empty, which it will be tonight. Sure. Yeah, she's in heat, so she's been all over me. We spent a good portion of the morning right here. Well, you want to come up here? Come on. Come on. Come on, you want to kitty. Come on, Mother Kitty. She's like, you called me Monster Kitty. Come on. Oh, fine. Oh, now that I stop. Furry little lovable furry monster. Furry little lovable furry monster. Dear Dublin. Like I said, she's in me. So, he's all over me like lemon rice. And been swatting at Loki. For some reason. I tell him to get her, but he's not gonna. He's too used to Khaleesi. And,
YouTube, Hinton Jackson, Loki Grubban.
Oh, yeah. Slow down, bud. You're okay. If you're having to swallow like that, you're eating a little too fast, big boy. What? Oh, you want some? Oh, I never gave you some last night, health issue. Or this morning. So, we're both sitting in a small cloud right now. Luckily for her, I know how to get smoke to kind of congregate in one space. So I don't have to get up in her face. Yeah. Now, let's get back to the news, shall we? Nope. No, I did not ask. Thank you.
Meanwhile, the US State Department is planning to close several consulates, primarily located in Western Europe, in the coming months. It's considering reducing its workforce worldwide. Officials revealed that the State Department is exploring the possibility of merging several expert bureaus at its Washington headquarters. These bureaus focus on areas such as human rights, refugees, global criminal justice, women's issues, and efforts to combat human trafficking. Reports indicate that US missions worldwide have been instructed to evaluate staff reductions of at least 10% as part of a broad cost-cutting initiative led by Trump and his living domestic partner, Elon Musk. The Internal Revenue Service is reportedly drafting plans to reduce its workforce by as much as 50% through a
I'm sorry. I am loving all these gay references to the relationship between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. This shit's funny. Because it's not. It's definitely not. And I'm not saying it because of a perceived perception of the two of them in the same sense as others might be. But from the standard of having seen many gay couples, having been around many gay couples, having lived with a flaming gay couple, both of them flamed, but one of them really flamed. Yeah, funny thing was out of the two of them, the one that kind of looked the part, as in stereotypical, probably a gay guy shit, was the one that was less flaming. The one that looks a little bit more like your stereotypical butch male was so flaming. Oh my god! If he had a little bit more pep, he would quite literally be like, I'm super! I can't say he was the best person, but he wasn't horrible. His partner was a little bit better, but he was a little, trying to find the right word here. Because too trusting is not the right words. Freaking whipped is not the right phrase either. Do you mind? Loki, the answer to that question is about half time. I think it's a little bit more than that. I think you got at least 65% of the time under your belt. At least. 75 would still be in the acceptable range, but 85 would be pushing it. 85 would be disregarding your vindictive side.
Combination of layoffs, attrition,
YouTube,
and
Hinson Jackson.
incentivized
Loki
buyouts.
wants to go out.
He's chilling. But then again, any time to go out would be fucking heyday for him. For real. How much time do we have? Ah, shit. Loki needs to go out. It's that time. Alright, boo. Let me smoke me tobacco, and I'll take care of you. We'll get you out there. Yeah, he was a pretty big brat all night last night. Didn't say nothing. Yeah, first time I had to run down to the bathroom, he spike pottied on the bed. But as far as I can tell, he hasn't gone since. I don't see any true fresh pea spots. I didn't pay too early when I had to run down. Job, lad. He may be big, he may be intimidating. If you haven't figured it out yet, he's not going to hurt you. Patience, boo. Lay down for now. No, let Loki. I told you to lay down. For now. Just a few more moments, bud. The impatient booger. Thank you, buddy. That's why I don't like smoking tobacco that way. Harsh as hell in the throat. Oh, okay. What are you screaming about? Oh, girl. Screaming? You screaming about your thirstiness? Huh? You screaming about your thirstiness? For those wondering, I'm referring to the fact that she's a neat, not for actually needing water. She has access to water 24/7, and I make sure. Actually, they both have access to water 24/7, and I make sure. Oh, right. You know what that means. You know what that means. You need to stop bowing your head when I go to hook you up. You heard that and me doing that. Stop. Hold it.
Go. Alright. Now I gotta tell Dad not to leave Loki's clumps of fur on the ground. That way I don't get you down again. You freaking okay.
Oh. Unenthusiastic.
Approximately 7,000 probationary IRS employees with a year or less of service were laid off in February. In addition to these cuts, the Trump administration plans to temporarily transfer IRS workers to the Department of Homeland Security to support immigration enforcement efforts. This decision came after a formal request from DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. The administration's approach to deconstruct the administrative state, as per Project 2025, aims to significantly shrink the federal workforce through various measures, including the closure of agencies and a deferred resignation program, offering buyouts to most federal employees, however with no promise that they'll be paid out. According to recent IRS data, the agency employs around 90,000 people nationwide, with people of color making up 50% of the workforce, and women representing 65%.
Okay, I did it.
I'm Anthony Davis. You can find me on the 5-Minute News YouTube channel and podcast, on Wednesdays co-hosting Uncovered, and on Sunday on The Weekend Show with Midas Touch.
Unbelievable. This is a mecha versus zombies battle game. You can assemble different weapons to it.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Damn, I'm actually getting hungry lol, usually don't eat breakfast.
It happens.
The great nation of Canada smacked
Might
down
have to go get
Donald
something.
Trump. Canada did not bend. Canada did not break. When Donald Trump imposed devastating 25% across the board tariffs against Canada, Canada was ready, led by Prime Minister Trudeau, and across Canadian provinces, the people of the great nation of Canada were prepared, they were pissed, and they were ready to retaliate, and that's exactly what they did. The American markets were crashing. Donald Trump blinked. Donald Trump caved. Donald Trump temporarily withdrew the tariffs against Canada and Mexico until April 2nd, still having this yo-yo cycle of threats. And Canada's like, we don't care. We are going to continue to retaliate until you stop this madness, stop this nonsense. You are not going to bully us. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau gave an incredible speech yesterday when Donald Trump caved. Prime Minister Trudeau gave this speech in Ottawa. It was a teary speech as he gets ready to pass the torch to a new government after his time as Prime Minister is coming to an end. Here he talks about standing up to Trump, and he talks about how proud he is to stand with all Canadians at this time. Play this clip.
On a personal level, I've made sure that every single day in this office, I put Canadians first, that I have people's backs. And that's why I'm here to tell you all that we've got you. Even in the very last days of this government, we will not let Canadians down today and long into the future.
Now here Prime Minister Trudeau gives a great response to Trump changing his mind on tariffs. Again, Prime Minister Trudeau says it's basically just a Thursday at this point. I love it. Let's play.
Foreign Affairs Minister yesterday called all of this a psychodrama. How do you characterize it?
Thursday.
And here Prime Minister Trudeau
just Thursday,
talks about how
Thursday.
Canadians will still not be backing down at all. Not now, not ever. Let's play this clip.
There are obviously conversations ongoing right now with the U.S. administration, but as I've said a number of times, we will not be backing down from our response tariffs until such a time as the unjustified American tariffs on Canadian goods are lifted.
Let's go to one of the provinces, shall we? Let's go take a look at what the British Columbia Premier had to say. Let's play it.
I did see the media report indicating that, yet again, the president is sowing uncertainty and chaos, attempting to undermine our economy by implementing tariffs and then quickly pulling them off. He has realized what we told him from the beginning, which is that these tariffs hurt Americans. They hurt American companies. They hurt American workers. They hurt American families. And what's also hurting is the uncertainty that the continued threat and removal of tariffs has on our country here in Canada. My message for the Prime Minister, my colleagues across the country, and it's one I'm sure they want to deliver to me too, is stand strong. We are not going to accept these continual threats, this continued uncertainty. We're going to stand up for Canadians. This is unacceptable. And we're going to ensure
Vincent Jackson.
that the
How far is
Americans
the closest
understand
McDonald's to you?
how pissed off we are, how unified we are, how committed we are to working as a country
that's actually not
to
2 minutes.
stand up for
2
each
miles.
other and our own independence on our own 2 feet. And I say we don't let up until the
I don't
president
want to go back to the
takes the
bathroom.
threat off the table. It's the threat off the table.
While all of this was taking place, the Trump Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, calls Prime Minister Trudeau a numbskull because that's all these cowards in the Trump regime have. They're like third-grade petulant bullies. No offense to third-grade petulant bullies. All it is name-calling. Here, watch this.
As President Trump has said many times, that tariff is his favorite word. I would say the reciprocal is probably his second favorite word. And I think we have to be open to the idea that if you want to be a numbskull like Justin Trudeau and say, oh, we're going to do this, then it's going to, tariffs are going to go up. But if you want to sit back, have a discussion with the Commerce Department, USTR, They all have my phone number too. I am happy to have a discussion with our foreign counterparts.
Here's as CNN reported that Trump delayed some of the tariffs on Mexico and Canada for one more month. You see the stock market crashing above right there. Donald Trump then posted, believe it or not, despite the terrible job he's done for Canada, I think Justin Trudeau is causing the tariff problem, which he has largely caused, in order to run again for a prime minister. So much fun to watch. What a sick and demented and twisted thing to say. So much fun to watch what the pain of your ally, or what your allies stand up to you and smack you down. Prime Minister Trudeau is not running again. Prime Minister Trudeau showed what real leadership looked like. And it's just the most absurd and stupid statement imaginable. I'm not going to give it any more attention. Let's take a look at the Canadian Foreign Minister, what she had to say. Let's play this clip.
Well, first, we can definitely stop them because Canadians are united. They're united to defend our country. They're united to defend our jobs. And as I was saying, also our way of life.
Yeah, sadly, at
We're
this
not
point,
Americans.
it would take me
We're
too long to
very
get
proud
there
of our country.
and breakfast.
And when you look back at our history, we created Canada at the time, and we were part of the British Empire because we didn't want to be the United States. And as you can hear from my accent, I'm a francophone from Canada. And there was also this grand bargain between francophones and anglophones to make sure ultimately that we could create a strong country in North America. So, based on that, we want to make sure that we defend who we are as a country. And we've been shown too much disrespect by the Trump administration at this point, calling us a 51st state, calling our Prime Minister governor. This is not only a personal issue between Prime Minister Trudeau and President Trump. It's way more than that. It is much more than just the political rhetoric. It is a fundamental threat. So what we're doing at home is we need to make sure that there's less internal barriers between our provinces and territories, because that's an issue. We think we can offset a lot of the impact of the tariffs coming from the United States by being much more aligned as a federation, economically speaking. We want to be closer to the UK, like we did throughout our history. We want to be closer to Europe, closer also to Japan and also South Korea. And we'll continue to work with Mexico. That's just our reality. But fundamentally, if you ask me what President Trump wants, well, that's a question to ask to him. But we know that we have everything a country would dream of to have in the world. Why? Because we have all the energy necessary. We have all the fertilizers and potash necessary. We have all the land, and also, an agricultural
CNN, the one thing to do to not break the cat's heart, don't make them a promise you can't
oil
fulfill.
and gas. We have all the people, the critical minerals, the talent. I could go on and on and on. That's why we believe we're one of the best countries on earth. We're stable. We're democratic. We look out for each other. We have very strong social programs. So we're a very stable democracy.
Yeah, by the way, even MAGA Republican Rand Paul acknowledges that people in Kentucky are suffering. And one of the reasons as well is that Canadians are boycotting Kentucky booze. Play this clip.
The SAP pays your bills now. Turn big bills into 4 manageable payments. Plus,
As well is that Canadians are boycotting Kentucky booze. Play this clip.
Almost every industry in Kentucky, that being said, will hurt our industry and push up prices of homes and cars. And so I'm going to continue to argue against their cheating back off of it if it starts to hurt constituents.
When we start losing, you back off. There's such a thing as a strategic retreat. At the end of the day, I think we have more leverage than any other nation, but we got to be smart. We don't have all the leverage.
Let me show you this other clip here of Prime Minister Trudeau also saying, if you really want to be American first, you got to respect your neighbors. Play this clip.
First happens when Canadians and Mexicans are prospering as well. Win-lose between us would actually be worse for them than a win-win. That's true in international trade, in relations between nation states. It perhaps is not true in real estate deals. The win-lose is probably better for someone who's experiencing business deals than a win-win. But when it comes to countries, win-wins are actually the best outcomes. And that is
embracing their identity. Proud to be a Canadian. Red and white on display all around our community.
There's a few of us that always do flags for Canada Day. This is the first time I've seen flags at this time of year.
We just fill up again. All the fast flags are flying off the shelves.
Everyone's very happy that we can display the Canadian flag proudly.
It's also a reminder to shop local.
When I'm shopping, I can actually tell people, I can see people reading labels, looking for the Canadian flag, made in Canada products. So that's good.
Europe, will you be able to make up for that loss without serving American-made liquor?
I was going to say, yeah. Of course they can. Yeah, without trouble.
Here are some of the protests taking place in Canada. Let's play.
Anger towards Donald Trump reaches a boiling point in the nation's capital. Few were voicing their displeasure louder than Mark Bogart. I was worried, but now I'm just mad. For every protest I can get to, and make sure that Trump doesn't cross our border. He drove 2 hours from Kingston to join a riled up group of protesters in front of the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa on Tuesday, just 12 hours after Donald Trump imposed sweeping 25% tariffs on Canada and continues his calls to annex the country. It's beyond my wildest dreams. My mother was still alive, she'd been free from the roots, she'd be here beside me. Many here still wrapping their heads around the deteriorating state of Canada-U.S. relations.
If you had mentioned this to me like 6 months ago, I'd probably totally agree. It takes a lot to black Canadians up. And I think Canadian
6 months ago? No. I wouldn't have said you're crazy. I would have looked at you and gone, okay. Okay. How much more of the bigger picture do you see? Because you're striving above a lot of others right now. And I am intelligent and well-informed enough to know it. So let's see what you've got to say.
speaking out, which they need to do.
And here is pathetic little person, Donald Trump, in the Oval Office saying, okay, but I'm super serious this time. April 2nd, the tariffs are coming back. What a pathetic, demented person he is playing this for.
I know yesterday you spoke with the big three. Did you tell them that no more exemptions were on the way?
That's it. This was a short-term deal. And they came back to me yesterday. They said, could we have some help on the tariffs because of the speed? And I said, look, I'm going to do it. And that's it. They'll come back to me after the April 2nd. I don't want to hear from you after April 2nd. We're not going to be doing it. And I want to help them. I didn't complain. But I hope them short-term during this short-term transition. April 2nd is going to be a very big day for America.
What a stain of the United States of America. To all of our Canadian followers, we're sorry for this.
Seriously.
Canadians out there. What Trump's doing right there does not represent most of Americans. He got under 50% of the vote. His
No.
approval rating
Say it right. Does not represent Americans and American values.
United States. We stand in solidarity with you Canadians, not this regime that's taken over the White House. This idiocracy, this bunch of. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 5 million.
Let's just leave it at that.
The truth is more important than ever. Check out our new Truth Over Lies collection at store.midastouch.com. All 100% USA Union.
There's now some brown sugar all over the counter. Because I tried to break it up and forget how crumbly it gets.
Hey, what's up, everybody? You know, you start scrolling sometimes, you're like, what am I doing?
Shut up, Brad. You may not be a bad guy, but I still don't like you. Shit.
Last
This
night
left me
at
out.
around midnight East Coast time,
We're on
this is when
today's shit.
Donald Trump was posting videos of former President Biden falling, walking up the steps to Air Force One. This is how immature and despicable Donald Trump is. Also, on his social media platform, as you look through his other posts where he says, "This is a golden age. We're in a golden age, everybody." They have ads by his Secretary of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., saying RFK Jr. says they lied about hydroxychloroquine. Stock up now before it's too late. 10% off with the code TRUTH10. This is the idiocracy and dangerousness of the Trump regime. They're hawking products like that. Donald Trump then posts massive trade deficit with world. Just announced compliments of sleepy Joe Biden. I will change that. Or this government funding runs out next week and Democrats are threatening to shut down the government. But I'm working with the great House Republicans on a continuing resolution to fund the government until September. Democrats don't control either chamber of Congress. They don't control the executive branch. What are you talking about? I mean, these MAGA Republicans are always playing the victim. Let's look at what the real headlines say. This is from the Wall Street Journal, so I'm giving you a right-leaning paper owned by Rupert Murdoch. Okay, here's what the Wall Street Journal says. Tariff war risks sinking the world into new Great Depression, warns the International Chamber of Commerce. So a right-wing paper citing a right-wing is talking about a Great Depression. The world economy could face a crash similar to the Great Depression of the 19th.
I told you, I'm not going to intentionally sit on you.
How about this headline right here? Trump wants to kill $52.7 billion semiconductor chips subsidy law. Right, Donald Trump during that joint session talked about getting rid of the CHIPS Act, which helps red states and blue states and all Americans. How about this headline also from the Wall Street Journal? The recession trade is back on Wall Street. How about this headline from The Guardian? Jack Daniels makers say Canada pulling U.S. alcohol off their shelves is worse than tariffs. We also heard from the Kentucky Distillers Association, and they sent a public statement about how Kentucky bourbon is getting absolutely crushed, and it employs 23,000 people in the state of Kentucky, and now they are getting harmed significantly. Now, when former President Biden was in office, I remember headlines like American economy, the envy of the world, the Wall Street Journal, and other papers like that. I want to share this with you because as Donald Trump is posting photos, videos of former President Biden falling because Donald Trump is a petulant third grader, no offense to petulant third graders, we're far more mature and exercise far better judgment than Donald Trump. I want to remind you of this speech that former President Biden gave when everything he said here was true. We had the strongest economy. Unemployment was the lowest it was for 50 years. We're exporting American products and creating jobs. And Trump and his MAGA friends have a different view. He was warning everybody. He was prescient. Here he is, though. Let's play it.
It ignited a manufacturing boom, clean energy boom, semiconductor boom nationwide. And it's clear we have the strongest economy in the world. That's a fact. 15 million new jobs created in 3.5 years. Unemployment hasn't been this low for this long for 50 years. Wages are rising. Instead of importing foreign products, we're exporting American jobs. We're exporting American products and creating American jobs.
That's cool.
Folks, my predecessors and my Republican friends have a very different view. They oppose the CHIPS and Science Act that's powering this growth today. In fact, Congressman Brandon Williams called it corporate welfare. Bless me, Father.
So that was former President.
That's not corporate welfare. Corporate welfare was the banks being bailed out. The Fortune 500 companies being bailed out during COVID. Those are good examples of exactly what that is. Oh, wait. That was Republican doing. Oh.
President Biden, I'll let you judge for yourself, because corporate media wanted to make a whole big deal about former President Biden's age. And for me, I always thought age meant wisdom. And I understood that former President Biden
can mean, but is not necessarily going to mean.
Would stutter, perhaps it was a little more pronounced in later years. I interviewed former President Biden for a half hour. Go back and watch that interview, 30 minutes straight with former President Biden. I found someone who was calm, confident, deliberate, and who had a plan that he had executed that helped our country. So you saw that video of former President Biden. I'll show you this video of Donald Trump in the Oval Office yesterday when he was asked by a reporter about the news that the Trump administration was going to revoke TPS, temporary protected status, from the nearly 300,000 Ukrainians who were in the United States and send them back to Ukraine and deport them immediately. Trump didn't even know what TPS meant. He thought the reporter was saying GPS, and he was very confused. Here, play this clip.
TPS for Ukrainians. What about it? TPS status for the 1,000 Ukrainians. What are you saying? Yeah, Ukrainians. Yeah, well, what GPS? Yes, temporary. Oh, I thought you said GPS. GPS. There was some new safety.
I'm going to be 100% straight here. Until Donald Trump actually said GPS, after getting a little bit of a rundown on what the guy was talking about, up until that point, I had a little bit of, what's the word? Or
YouTube,
gave him a little bit
Vincent
of benefit
Jackson.
of the doubt.
Bro, is that another gallon of coffee? LMAO.
Yes, it's another gallon of coffee! Wah! That's right, I didn't have the space for it. Did I? I don't think I did. But there's a coffee reading, or coffee sound blurb that I was wanting to get on here. I drink coffee like I drink Monster. Coffee's just cheaper. And if I really need a good buzz, I mix the two of them and add sugar. Pound down 12 ounces of that, and oh yeah, you'll be zipping. I've told a few truckers how to ditch the stimulant pills. I did warn them about the downside, though. Because for them, it is definitely a downside. The downside to go-go juice is it'll definitely dehydrate your ass if you don't have enough fluids in your system. Yeah, go-go makes you gotta go. As in pee. If you were to sit there and drink a gallon of it throughout the day, you probably would have had to have pissed at least 20 times. I think that was the last count. Of course, that was the original recipe too, which included a little bit of extra water to help with keeping hydrated. I haven't done a gallon-sized batch anything other than original recipe. So I don't know how the more public-ready recipe would act in that scenario. A gallon of that. Gallon of that'd probably be completely another killer. Because that means you're either adding 4 more cups of coffee, 4 more cups of Monster, or 2 more cups of each. To get to the rest of the gallon, though. If not a little bit more. I don't quite have measurements for it like that. Not original res. This is the only one I did in the gallon jug. Yeah, my original recipe, go-go juice, was made in a cleaned out milk jug. Every time. I would first put in my volume of sugar, then pour in an entire pot of coffee, and then a twist top Monster, and fill the rest with water. I tell you now, though, even if you get the original recipe right, tastes like diesel fuel, smells like diesel fuel. It really smells like diesel fuel. Like I said, I've shown a few truckers how to get around the whole stimulant pills bullshit. And they're just like, it smells like go-go juice. The go-go juice I put in my truck to make it go-go. It's like, that's why it's got its name. The fact that it really makes you just get jitters afterwards is a pleasantly related side effect. I'm saying pleasantly loosely.
Considering that, but we're not looking to hurt everybody. We're certainly not looking to hurt them. And I'm looking at that, and there were some people that think that's appropriate, and some people don't. And I'll be making a decision pretty soon.
YouTube, Ensign Jackson, you want some breakfast, bro?
No, honestly, I'm alright. What? You want some smoke? No, you want something you're not going to get.
Yes, temporary protected status, yes. That's what you revoked of the Venezuelans who supported you, the Cubans who supported you, and other Latinos who supported you. And you promised that you were going to take care of them, but you revoked their family members' TPS.
I do appreciate you.
To Venezuela, and you sent them back to other countries that they don't even live in. Because apparently this Trump regime makes no distinction.
No, my body's acting as if I slept.
Horrific stuff.
It's weird.
Also, here was Donald Trump from the Oval Office yesterday saying that he does not believe that our NATO allies would ever defend the United States of America.
Maybe it's not so much based on sleep. Maybe it is really based on sun cycle. Interesting thoughts. Not necessarily factual, but it's kind of an observation. Because, well, this issue happens only in the morning. And it seems to happen if I sleep or not. So, I'm gonna say it's more closely related to time of day than actual being awake versus asleep. Because if I sleep past my normal eat time, I can still eat within a half hour of waking up. I'll catch myself actually eating. And it's like, shit, guess I was hungry.
Just watch this.
And the biggest problem I have with NATO, I really, I know the guys very well. They're friends of mine. But if the United States was in trouble and we called them, we said, we got a problem. France, we got a problem. A couple of others I won't mention. Do you think they're going to come and protect us? They're supposed to. I'm not so sure. You know what?
There's a few problems wrong with that statement. One, America is a big enough country that it shouldn't be a scenario. Dublin! Bad girl! It shouldn't be a scenario of them needing to defend us. It should be a scenario of us working as a team to defend us. Not just them. Dude, stop shaking the shit out of the trailer. Loki, it is not that hot in here, dude. Cut it out. I'm sitting here fighting not to put my shirt back on. Heater's been off for more than a half hour now. Love you, bud, but you're being ridiculous. Yes, I love you, you monster.
YouTube.
Don't love you,
Piers
shake
and
trailer.
Johnson. Alright, guess I'm going to get some sausage egg McMuffins.
Oh, dude, enjoy. That's one of the things that frustrates me about McDonald's is by the time I can eat, they don't have breakfast anymore. Fuckers. Enjoy it, dude. For real.
Japan. In Japan we have a deal, which is a very interesting one.
What a ridiculous, despicable thing to say as he attacks NATO, quite literally spewing Putin talking points. Our NATO allies have always been by our side. When America needed our NATO allies, they were there all the time. Go back in history. From
YouTube,
the earliest
Hinson
days
Jackson,
in American
Loki come out
history,
and hang with your brother.
some of the most recent NATO allies since NATO was
But now,
before
he is back there for being a brat during his walk.
fought with Americans. French
He's not
President
closed back there. He's just back there. He's not
take a look at your
totally on
American
timeout
history, Donald,
sort of shit.
when Lafayette was there with you in the very early days of America's founding. We were there with you every step of the way since then. This is Brandon Gill, Ultra MAGA Republican Congress
there for a
member.
little bit.
Here he is basically saying that veterans, why do veterans think they're special? Veterans think that they should get jobs. I'm not going to show you many more clips of MAGA Republicans saying this because I've showed you this before, but this is the general
tired of
sentiment
hearing it.
MAGA Republicans. Play this clip.
to assure veterans that their services will not be interrupted by these cuts?
Well, first of all, I want to go back to that. What the problem with the Social Security is that they're not communicating with other agencies that are sending out checks. That's what they've identified. But as it relates to the VA, I'd like to remind people that nobody in the United States has a right.
Wait. What? Give me a moment. I need to hear that again. I need to make sure I heard that right.
Jobs. I'm not going to show you many more clips of MAGA Republicans saying this because I've showed you this before, but this is the general sentiment of MAGA Republicans. Play this clip.
To assure veterans that their services will not be interrupted by these cuts.
Well, first of all, I want to go back to that. What the problem with the Social Security is that they're not communicating with other agencies that are sending out checks. That's
What? Is it because you fired people in the agency of Social Security? What's your little fraud and waste bullshit that you're saying you're getting rid of? Because I'm pretty sure that's what's happened. Considering we have so many veterans working in the Social Security Department. I want to take these and go. Stop. Ah! These people misbehave worse than Loki. No. Actually, I need to take that back, because Loki's not that bad. He quite literally doesn't potty where he eats or drinks. And honestly, at the moment, I can't say that for these people on supporting Trump up there in office. I'm not saying this about all Trump supporters, just the ones up there in government. To be clear. Do I still have that one? No. Okay.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
What, baby girl? What? Oh. Hi. Thanks, Creed. To this guy in particular,
they've identified. But as it relates to the VA, I'd like to remind people.
Stop it. Get some help.
For real.
That nobody in the United States has a right by God to have a job at taxpayer expense of the federal government.
Excuse me? Did he just say no one has the right to have a job? That's not a right? It's not a right to be able to make your own money, to be able to live your life here in America? Am I missing something? Oh, wait, no, I'm not. Because that's been the sentiment from Republicans for quite some time. That it's not a right. Hey, guess what? Let me give you a little bit of a tip here. Yeah, being able to have a job to work is a right. It falls under the ability to make your life. Meaning, house, car, so on and so forth. You're supposed to be able to do it. It's the American dream. This is supposed to be part of it. And I'm not gonna lie, y'all have been pissing me off with this bullshit for some time. Because, while I was disabled, and not knowing I was autistic, I had to fight you fuckers trying to say that I didn't have a right to have a job. That I didn't have a right to make money and provide for my fucking self. You're wrong. Now, I do not have any kind of entitlement or right to say that I have to work for this person and this person has to accept that. I do not have that right, and neither do you. But to say that you or I do not have the right to work? Horse shit. Look at your Constitution. And y'all would see this shit if you actually read the goddamn thing. Instead of just glancing over it. Looking at amendments you know you like and then reading all the way through them. If you do. I'm not going to say everybody does. I'm not going to say everybody doesn't. I don't know that information. I'm not going to assume that information. Just like me. I'm daddy. I'm not supposed to be attractive. Those who don't know, she's in heat. But, for real, everyone has a right to make their way in this country. That means the right to a job that they can afford a living wage on. Whether you like it or not. That's what it is. And that's why you've had so many people pissed off at you. Because you've been going against the goddamn piece of paper that makes the foundation of this country and saying that it's the stuff in that paper is against what's in that paper. Literally. You're quite literally taking stuff that we are taking from the Constitution and letting you know about and telling you this is part of the Constitution. This is part of the rights you have as an American citizen. We all do. And unless you're an illegal immigrant, then there are a few different rights that aren't there. And yeah, those typically aren't very good to be in that way. But it's still a brew. I don't have any beer. Once again, forgot to take the redeem off. No. One of the biggest things that's really driven me to get into listening to political law is primarily the injustice I've seen just in my lifetime, is fucking stupid. I'm not even talking personally related to me injustice. I've seen plenty of personally related to me as well. I got to know all the fucking shit that I could about that shit. And, not about that. I got a problem with the law not sticking to facts. I got a damn big problem with it. The law is supposed to be the one place where science actually can say something without fuckers getting stupid. Used to be. Not anymore. Well, not for lack of trying, at least. Because there are still several Democrats trying. And once again, like I've been saying since several of you have asked me why. It's because they actually are trying, shooting for the right shit. They're fighting for the same reason. Even if in the end they might be bit. But that could also be part of the reason they're fighting with us on this, is the fact that, if they're not, they could be bit. Man, I know the Democrats fear the people.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. Hi, Justin.
Hey, Devs.
I have an autistic person in my life, so sometimes I have to suddenly go, so please excuse me if I have to suddenly leave and you're in the middle of speaking with me.
It's not a problem. Not at all. I almost need to I need to put that up somewhere. I need to actually put it up as my motto, because it kind of is. My motto in my streams, life comes first. I don't want nobody missing a major life event or something important to them just to watch me stream. I appreciate the support abounding, but your guys' lives matter too. I wouldn't be being me if I didn't care about you and your well-being. That means the stuff you got going on in your life matters. If you've got to run off, for whatever reason, I don't even need an explanation. Maybe had to run real quick, had something to do when you get back. If you can say something, sweet. If you can't, don't fret. And honestly, I don't sit here and watch who's in my streams. I'm not that kind of streamer, honestly. My abusive ex still has access to come and watch my channel. And that is primarily for
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. I just don't want to be rude because when I ask you a question, I really want to hear the answer.
Well, I know, but if you have to ask me again, it's not a threat. It really isn't. I'm not going to get upset if you miss the answer the first time and I got to say it again. All you got to do is ask the question again. More than likely, my brain will just jaw right back to it. Huh. Yeah, I'm also 24 hours without sleep right now.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. I have always treated people the way I want to be treated.
I can't say I always have. During my younger days, I very much took the whole reverse idea. Oh, if that's how you want to be treated? Okay, mayor. Yeah, I took that one all the way around. I had to be told, that's not exactly right. Of course, once again, my book, I've always been told, turnaround's fair play. Well, apparently not when it comes to beating the bully up. So eventually I had to get creative on how to defend myself fighting. And then was taught by my uncle. And then it wasn't a problem anymore. Shit. After I got training from my uncle, fights? No. Altercations that I tried to end peacefully. And if they didn't end peacefully, we got hurt about it. If I was able to end it peacefully, teachers didn't hear a goddamn thing. One of the ways really messed with the guy.
Steph Springs Nursery. I watch them your older videos and I kind of understand what's going on with you.
That's part of the reason why I put it up here, is it gives people a chance to see who I am. I am not one of those that's good with texting. I'm not very good about just rattling off shit when it comes to myself, unless I'm asked. The easiest way to do that is, answer, especially, for me, is right here. Okay, you're shaking the whole trailer, dude. And not a little bit. Excuse me. I'm different, that's for sure. I won't say that I'm special. I'm certainly not a genius. But then again, I know what that word means, completely and utterly. I know what it means to be labeled a genius. I've been called it too many times. I actually used to have issues with being called smart because of it. It was too close to calling me a genius, and I didn't like it. I've actually got a few reasons for not liking being called a genius.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. The one thing I do know about myself is I wasn't born with the skills to understand and flourish in this world.
I could agree with that. Or concur, I should say. I had to learn what I got. And it still really isn't meant for this world. Honestly, if it wasn't for the hell of a life I've had, I wouldn't have any kind of nest egg one way, shape, or form. As to where, right now, I do. Because of everything I've been through, I do. Now, I don't have plans to do what I'm about to say. It's just something I know is well within my reach. And I could live out a good portion. Well,
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. In other words, I don't know how to just be.
I guess that would depend. Honestly, I'm never just being. I'm always doing something, taking in some kind of information, putting some kind of information out. I'm always doing something because it helps keep my mind straight, honestly. I sit here and multitask to the point that I'm doing 5 things at the same time for contentment. And that's weird. That is fucking weird. Trust me, I know it's fucking weird. Hey, mind the claws! Have your strength. No, don't bring it back over here. You do it over there, not over here. What? Yeah, I could stay on disability until I'm 50. If I live that long. And then I'd probably start planning within the next 5 years, or after the next 5 years to... You need to mind your claws to work on getting that. The writer found that book made. I want to give myself 10 years to make sure that happens. And if I can make it happen sooner than that 10-year gap that I'm wanting to give to making that happen, hell yeah. But if I write a book or have someone write it for me, I'm only going to have so much money. I don't know that royalties will keep rolling in, and I won't plan for that. If I'm going to plan at all, I'd plan for the original base sum, one way or the other, however it goes, and live off that. And once again, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't have a license or a vehicle to tow this thing, I'd probably be outside the country. And possibly making the move to Canada. I don't know. I'm not liking how shit's going here whatsoever. But I also really don't want to see it go to shit. Because I know that if it goes to shit, not even Canada's going to be safe. There would be nowhere safe. Because these dumb fucks are going to collapse everything. All this work that's been spent how many hundreds of years in the doing? Just America's $250 alone. What about the fucking UK? What about the African nations? I mean, no. What they're doing right now, they're going to fuck shit up. I mean, really fuck shit up. And it's going to fuck it up for everybody. That's why all these other countries outside of America are reacting so poorly. It's not that Trump's a strong man. As a matter of fact, they see him the same way I do. Fucking weak and pathetic. He's a fucking laughingstock. If it wasn't for the fact that he can fuck with them so much, because America is as tied into the world as everybody else is. And no, I'm not saying that as the wanting to separate America from the rest of the world. No, that's fucking stupid. That's what's going to collapse shit. That's what's going to break everything in the fucking world. And I'm not just fucking going with hyperboil here. This isn't just... No. Leave it. The garbage can is not a toy. Poopy deal. Poopy deal. Yeah, no, that's just it. Once again. After here, after this place goes to shit, ain't nobody safe.
Myself included. But my children and our grandchildren do have a birthright to inherit a country that is not bankrupt.
Now we know that.
When you don't know you're the stupid one. Okay, I'm going to put this plain and simple. I am not an economy hawk. I don't watch the economy, really. I keep tabs on it through listening to the news.
Hello, smiley face.
Hello, welcome. But even I know this is fucking disastrous economically speaking. Even I know this is going to bankrupt
I'm
the
from
country.
Austria, not Australia.
Okay. There is quite the difference there. Honestly.
Where are you from?
Sadly, America. And sorry. I didn't go for the dude.
USA.
Yep. Yeah, the one with the clown that's leading the place. And his interesting oligarch cohort. I'm being nice.
Coward, why I don't.
I'm not sure what you're asking, my friend. would not call you a coward. I do not know you well enough to make anything close to that kind of evaluation.
Sorry, Austria equals German speaking, so I'm not the best of English.
Oh, no fret.
Just school English.
Honestly, just a little tip. I hate saying this. I'm only saying it for something that might help. I hate using it myself, but if it's easier for you to type in German, throw it into Google Translate. Translate it to English, and just copy and paste it here. Doesn't bother me one bit. I read and speak most broken English, so Google Translate's just a walk in the park.
Alright, so I tried, but you were talking I can't copy-paste.
Can't copy-paste. Is it your computer that makes sure you can't, or... Oh, you're within the Twitch... No? Well, yes, that's within the Twitch app. And you could even be on the phone. I've got to remember that. Sorry.
I'm in Twitch, yes.
Yeah, and if you're in the Twitch app, it does not like to let you copy and paste. You're quite accurate on that one, from what I've seen. As to where my chat over here is set up through the web browser. So I can do that. Don't. Bad advice. Ow. Back. Ribs. Yeah, no, if it isn't obvious, I do not support current people leading or acting in leading roles for my government. As a matter of fact, if you go through some of my old news streams, you're going to see me sit here repeatedly going, "Don't poke Canada. Don't poke Canada. Don't poke Canada." I've had enough interesting friendships to know when one is tentative and can be very easily turned around if not shown proper respect. And the comment you're going to hear me say in the stream is, Canada's the psycho. Don't poke the psycho. Don't push the psycho. And
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, corner store time, taquitos and beer.
Taquitos and beer? Okay. I won't argue. It's about $12. Just to let you know. I wish I actually could afford to spend that on my own. That'd be nice.
All right, good night, bro.
I'm real.
I kind of figured. I didn't think you were a troll or a bot or anything, just to be clear. I've had my Russian trolls come through. one time and had one come through and was stoned as fuck. Asked me my thoughts on the Russia war. I'm like, Russia war?
A blurb him. YouTube, Hinson Jackson, I'm real.
Blurb is the application add-on extension, the Twitch extension that allows me to play the, or you guys even to play the points redeem sounds. I've had at least 4 countable Russian trolls come through that I have.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, LMAO. Thanks, okay.
Not a problem, dude. Excuse me. I'm one of those, if you have a question, ask. I am more than happy to answer if I can. This, oh, it's the muscle right here. It's pissed off.
Wow, okay. So you have a translator, you said?
Yeah, I can throw it into freaking Google Translate. That's not a problem. If you want to type in German. Or, sorry, isn't it Deutsch? I would like to actually address the language name properly. Just a matter of respect. That also means I want to try to say it right, too.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, burrito and beer time. I know you're getting food stamps tomorrow. Breaking. Osterik stopp den Familienexug zu Flüchtlingen wegen eines besorgniserregenden Anstiegs der soziale Frieden im Land sei Gefährdet. Es beruft sich dabei auf eine Ausnahmeklausel im EU-Recht, die aus Unions kann.
Don't worry about killing TTS. I'll get that here in a moment. Loki. Thank you, bud. Would rather not be shaken. Oops. This is to English. No, that was print, you nincompoop. Thank you for the follow. Oh, stinky kitty. Austria is stopping family reunification with refugees because of worrying increase in social peace in the country at risk. It is invoking an exception clause in the EU law, which is also mentioned in the God damn, girl. CDU-CSU's candidate for chancellor. Oh! German's right wing was there for a little bit, yes. Last week, I think it was, y'all's farther right wing person came out and spoke out against Donald and what he was doing, and actually called him out for seeing the same shit. You guys are probably in a lot better position as far as that goes. Just gonna be real with you. God damn, bro. Hoo-wee! Pinky kitty. Dinky poop. Whew. Damn, girl. I didn't know any better. I think you ate one of the burritos. I say that, she goes jetting off. Burritos $2.60. Brews $4. Make it happen on 8 without issue. Yeah, it depends on which brew too. Cheapest I see that I can get a brew for is $3.60. Yay! My toes! You know, monster. Oh, I'm gonna press play on this.
From last night as well, there was a failed launch of one of the SpaceX Starships. Right? This.
For what? Oh, wrong chat. Gotcha. You're good, dude.
Because Donald Trump in that same Oval Office address talked about how Elon was going to go and get those astronauts who Donald Trump used. They fall in love with each other up there. Again, what a sick, demented mind by Donald Trump. But yes, last night the FAA halted flights into Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach, and Orlando airports for space launch debris until at least 8 p.m. Eastern. The move follows the failed launch of the SpaceX Starship, which lifted off from Starbase in South Texas. And then we also learned that the FAA is delaying flights departing from Miami International Airport and Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, with delays averaging 45 minutes. Not a big surprise here as well that the new Reuters Ipsos poll shows that Donald Trump's...
I need to say something. How many rockets have been destroyed in fucking takeoff since Elon's taken over the space program? Because it sure seems to be happening a lot fucking more. Or is it just me? You're not going to chase it? Then Daddy's going to sit down here. Thanks. She's a good girl, for the most part. She's a year old. I'm still working on teaching her use her paws, not her claws. She's a Torby. Though, if you were to look at the markings on her, you wouldn't guess that she has any tabby in her. You baby girl. Come here. So, she doesn't have the tabby M on her forehead, and she also doesn't have the tabby swirl. On top of that, this little gorgeous booger has stripes on her belly. They don't stop. They go all the way around. Me. And she didn't get the orange color trait. She got the beige color trait. And that's starting to come out in different spots on her coat now. She is. She's also quite the little love bug. Trait. Genetic trait. Genetic color trait. Ouch. The DNA genes needed to pass down a pigment color of hair, fur, skin, so on and so forth. Genetic traits, or traits in the DNA, range everywhere from, well, it's quite literally, well, DNA. It's what makes you you all the way down to this living atoms and whatnot that make up your body. The old adage, we're nothing but so many pounds of meat piloting a meat mech suit, is rather accurate. Jumping girl. Oops. I pressed a bunch of buttons, didn't I? Alright. Now I can hear chat too. You're good, bud.
In Europe, not EU, we need some information from the US. Is it safe here? Sad face.
It's definitely a lot safer than here in the US. For real.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, what's going on?
Talking about the current situation. Thunder is German, or not, sorry, Austrian, not German. Yay! My apologies sincerely.
Thanks.
Oh, I feel like an ass.
For Austrian.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
I get it. That's why I feel like an ass. That'd be like calling me a Mexican. I'm a U.S. citizen.
Go AHAID.
Yeah, talking
YouTube,
about...
Hinson Jackson, German.
No. Not German. Austrian. German was me fucking up. That's why I was quickly correcting.
Ha 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 ha.
And part of the problem was...
J-O-K-E.
Oh, I know. Same thing. But we're talking
We
about...
all love Canadians.
We should. Canadians are awesome.
Ha ha ha.
Oh. Not a fan of Canadians, huh?
No.
Okay. I was trying to make sure I was understanding the past messages at the same time. So, forgive me on that one for misunderstanding. That one's on me, not you. No. A lot of people do love Canadians, because, well, they're chill. I've been told I really shouldn't be an American. I should either be a Canadian or a Norwegian or a Finn.
I hope everyone is chilling.
Definitely is on this side. Yeah. Loki's paying, but he's still chilling otherwise. Dublin's getting a little bit of a munchie. Oh. But Jackson, yeah, we're just talking about current events, politically speaking, leaders. Thunder was asking if they had a whole lot of reason to fear over there. It's like, from your guys' governments doing something like this? Not as much. Yeah, Hinson Jackson. He's the gentleman over on YouTube at the moment. I dual stream to both YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. In Twitch chat, before his messages, it'll say restream bot.
Add me, please. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
You would have to send me a friend's request there, bud. I quite literally just have chat open.
Here.
Yeah. Pop over to my homepage.
On Twitch.
Yeah. Oh, no. It's just the heart. That's all you gotta do. And you already did. I just gotta be able to get on and follow back.
I have.
Right. I gotta get on and follow back. Which I can do. I don't care about fucking Twitter right now.
Yes, colon closing parenthesis. Smiley face.
Okay. I know. I know how to take care of this. My channel. Turn the sound down or I'm loud.
Find Thundic LLD.
I don't have to. I can just pull up the stream chat, and go like this. Done.
And click on it and please follow.
Like I said, done. Just to be clear, if you were doing so for direct messages, I don't have my direct messages locked down.
New never.
Okay, it's just being real. If that was the reason why, because some Twitch creators do have their stuff locked down where you can't do that. I'm not one. Really might come back and bite me in the ass later on, but eh. As much as I like Jim Carrey,
Amen.
I am
Laughing face.
You have no clue how relatable that is to what I was just about to say. Even though I'm a big fan of Jim Carrey, I am certainly not Bruce Almighty. So there are going to be several direct messages at some point that are going to have to wait. That's going to be an interesting time, though.
Mask.
What about him?
Best film of him.
Best film of Musk? As far as...
No. Sorry.
Oh! Best film of Jim Carrey was... you're asking The Mask. Gotcha. Why did it say Musk? It's definitely top 3, but I wouldn't say best.
I love Mask.
So do I. The Mask was the inspiration.
We all love Mask.
That movie was the inspiration for...
Ha ha joke asterisk.
Yes, those are two different masks. Come on. Easy spot.
Mask.
Yeah, the first time you put mask in, for some reason it sounded like it said Musk. I don't know why. But no, the movie The Mask and Jim Carrey's character in that shootout scene was my inspiration for my dodgeball style. Fair enough.
In my stupid German, I don't hear any difference. Thanks, smiley face.
There was nothing against rules in your comment whatsoever. You're okay, boo. I'm just brushing this. Well, brushing stuff I should sweep up out of the way, off to the side again. Because somebody keeps tracking it out little by let's see. My favorite Jim Carrey movie. My favorite Jim Carrey role is not a Jim Carrey movie. My favorite Jim Carrey role is him as the Riddler. In the original, or, well, not original, but 90s Batman movies. I very much loved him as Enigma. Do I still have it? I should. I do not remember getting rid of it, and I would remember that. Oh, wait, maybe I did get rid of it. I think I remember getting rid of it. It's like, oh, wait a minute. Maybe I did. Damn it! Yeah.
USA.
The USA is the people, not the government. Best way I can say it. Yeah, I don't have that redeem anymore, damn it. But I actually had the blurb redeem of Jim Carrey saying, "Riddle me this, riddle me that." Oh. Oh, dang it.
What was the cool movies from him?
Oh.
I like so much of them.
Hell, he did so many. Honestly, the job he's been doing that I've seen from the Sonic movies, fucking spot on. I was a Sonic fan growing up. By growing up, I mean growing up with Sonic.
Jim Carrey, in living color, but that's from TV.
Yep. If you would like to see a good test of his acting skills and how off the wall he can be, if you haven't seen it, Me, Myself, and Irene. Ouch. In that, Jim Carrey plays. Mm-hmm. Oh, Cable Guy was good.
Jim Carrey got crazy. Huh, what the hell?
Oh, do you not know Jim for his crazy roles at all?
He had a stroke.
I know that. I'm not saying he's crazy, I'm saying he played the role of a character that
Yeah,
was
I
crazy.
also thought of Philip Blunt. But crazy, the F.
No, not that he's crazy, that he played a character that was. And did a good job of expressing that character's quirks and whims.
All one. Truman Show.
I've heard that one was pretty good. I've not actually watched it myself.
I get it.
Ah. Oh, one thing that's going on over here, good news for anyone who is against what's going on in the government right now. There is a law working on being passed to provide those protesting with unemployment pay. At least over here for sure, in Oregon. I'm just like, hell yeah. It doesn't do me any good, but it does a lot of people that are actually able to get out there and protest a lot of good.
CHCH.
That one I don't know. Also don't know if it was typo or not. Yeah, I don't see any of the European
Wie
governments.
kannst du deine Stature MIT dem Vielen Zucker halten? Ich begeistere mich echt gerade.
Un momento. One moment, please.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I know that's not another coffee.
Yes, yes it is. How can I maintain my stature? As in my physical appearance, or as in my calm? Yes, that's the last cup of my pot today.
Calm.
Cop, no.
Court. YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Damn bro LMAO, don't be so grumpy.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Give me a moment. I'll see what I can do about getting that to where you can understand it, bud. I'm not sure if that's a joke or not. I'm not upset if it is a joke, one way or the other. But grumpy, not playing. What you talking about? Okay. Gentlemen.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, LMAO.
Google, sometimes you really do
Wabble
understand what I'm
Maps.
trying to say.
Wie in der Korporation Erscheinung oder dem ruhigen Auftriton.
Nope, not that. Wrong P. Wobbly mass.
At Oldmagagei Davon Conan Mereri Lute Husatage Nord Trojan, S. Freud Mitch Trotzdem, Das Ich einen so sehr stabilen Menschen getroffen habe.
Ah. Okay, that explains it. Part of the reason why I'm able to stay so stable after so much sugar and
Yes, smiley face.
sugar and whatnot is because I'm neurologically wired different. I'm AU ADHD, which means autism and ADHD. I have a higher tolerance to damn near everything. People over
AFG.
ADHD, hyperactive.
Please in German.
I can do that. Oh, I can't even remember what the abbreviation is. Where this one. Oh, interesting. Language rules. Interesting. That would explain closer to. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense.
Ich freue mich echt schon so was du schreibst. Ich bin autistisch und hab ADHS und eine hohe Toleranz gegenüber fast allem.
God, listening to TTS, you would actually think I was saying that. As if I knew what it was saying. I figured you might be. I am definitely an oddity. But no, I've got a major tolerance to caffeine to the point that, you know how most people have one or two energy drinks or Monsters, Red Bulls, Rockstar, whatever you have, and start to get jittery? Not me. I can drink energy drinks all day and even pound one before bed and go to bed and sleep the night through. For me to get jittery, I have to make something I call go-go juice. And it smells like petrol. It kind of tastes like petrol. But that's the one thing that'll get me going, other than a 8-shot frickin' espresso.
Autistisch, damit kann ich nicht dienen, aber ADHS habe ich, bestimmt wenn ich mir das ansehe, was ich nach 5 Blunts schreibe. Toleranz gegenüber allem ist bei mir nicht so ausgeprägt, dort ich komme aber auch aus Europa.
That's okay. I don't know. Comparatively, y'all in Europe typically have a better tolerance for drinking than most Americans. Just saying. Y'all can hold it better. Typically. And after 5 blunts, my friend, that's a decent amount. Even if it was just 5 joints, that'd be a decent amount. No, I smoke weed to slow my shit down. Make it more manageable. My brain thinks a lot faster than my mouth can move. But that's also why I'll sit here and do multiple things at the same time for entertainment. If when I'm...
Yes, sir.
It's different. It's weird. Yeah, people over here brag about drinking a fifth themselves over the weekend. I'm just like, weekend? That's one night. What are you talking about? Unless I've got something that's like 151 or at least 80 proof or better.
It's like Han Solo. So bad?
Kinda, sorta, yeah. Kinda. But not completely. See, as to where it takes more for me to get drunk.
H-A-H-H-A. O-M-G.
That's the name, don't wear it out. No, when I came up with the name Old Mage Guy, I didn't even pay attention to the abbreviation. I actually had one of my WoW server co-workers point it out to me. You're like, did you do this intentionally? I'm like, huh? The initials for your screen name are OMG. Yeah, oh. They are. No, that wasn't intentional. Not at all. Not even the slightest. But yeah, I was Old Mage Guy long before I started streaming. I think it was 20. If I got track of everything correctly, 2012 was when I came up with the screen name of Old Mage Guy. Because the prior screen name is banned in many places. Just because it's got the word kill and too many X's behind it.
Aber keine Sorge, wir werden das Ganze besten besser machen und das Ganze groß wird sich bald eröffnen. Greater than. Besten bald Rammstein und Russland.
I think I might have an idea of what that is saying already.
Rus greater than Pow Pow, greater than UKR.
As far as military strength, you're not wrong. Military wisdom?
What do you think?
What do I think? Like I said, as far as sheer military strength, that is accurate. Russia does have Ukraine absolutely screwed. But as far as tactics, maneuvering, and actual strategy, Ukraine has them fucking hanging by a wire. That's the thing about Putin. He's not a strategist. He doesn't have that kind of mind. Same thing with Donald Trump. He's not a strategist. Hey, Phil. There's no way that's the same Phil.
Was zum Teufel, warum schaue ich mir gerade einen nackten Amerikaner? Das sagt sehr viel über mich aus, oder? And Philip Blunt, X.
Half naked, thank you. No, it really doesn't. I'm definitely not your average American, bro. There's a reason why I said sadly and I'm sorry. It's not for show.
I don't have a translator and don't understand German.
Oh. Okay. Then give me a second and I'll throw the translation up for you, dude. I gotcha.
Warum ich auch immer hier bleib, das macht mich gerade noch bestauter.
This was the first message.
What the hell? Why am I looking at a naked American?
And then the most recent message is this.
Why I always stay here? That makes me even more disturbed. Thanks.
No problem, dude. I'm still wondering if I actually know you. Because I have a feeling I do. Was it Gamer Sanctuary? What was that crossout clan's name? Oh, I can't remember to save my life. I'm not entirely sure what's going on that side. As far as conversation between you two. And don't get me wrong, I'm not upset about it. Y'all are good. As a matter of fact, anytime y'all start talking, I am going to pause this just so you guys can hear each other. And I will continue to do what I'm doing with you as far as the whole translating.
No one.
Approval when it comes to foreign policy issues is -13 and plummeting even more by the day. Yesterday, of course, Donald Trump caved to Canada and Mexico. Trump imposed the tariffs on Canada and Mexico, then withdrew them, and then gave another date, April 2nd, where Trump says he's super serious. Now, at this real time, they're going into effect April 2nd. No one takes Donald Trump seriously anymore. His threats have been shown to be completely empty and dangerous and provocative as he goes after our allies. This is Stephen Miller, one of Donald Trump's top aides, attacking the university system. What are these idiots even talking about? And we're going to go after, we're going to make you feel pain. So ridiculous.
Folks, this is U.S. Senator John Ossoff in Georgia. Now hear me out. I am the only
deputy system. What are these idiots even talking about? We're going to go after, we're going to make you feel pain. So ridiculous.
They do, but I will tell you, they will feel this pain if they lose these federal funds. They have
One moment, get that train. Let's see. Is that close to what I think it is? Where's Kat gone? She is actually at the sink behind the computer in my little kitchenette that I have in the trailer, drinking from the faucet and playing with drips. I've got a water key.
So cute smiley face.
She is. She really is. She is a character, too.
Alright, Whitemacken.
Oh, freaking yes.
Go AHAID.
Okay.
Many programs that are funded directly by the federal government that will not
Right about Chinese Saturday.
if they do not change their
That translation.
behavior and change their behavior quickly. These universities are on notice. President Trump has issued the warning. We will use every federal tool we have. Let's be very clear. This is a violation of the federal civil rights of American students and American Jewish students on these campuses.
When you think about what these tariffs are all about, doesn't this reveal the whole game? Former Morgan Stanley banker Michael Grimes expected to lead the new U.S. Sovereign Wealth Fund. Sources say the U.S. Sovereign Wealth Fund to be financed by tariffs imposed on foreign countries. Sources say, first off, tariffs are a tax the American companies on the importers. Let's just start with that. So this whole tariff plan, it always traces back to Trump enriching himself. He wants a sovereign wealth fund the way MBS of Saudi Arabia has one, so Trump could have his own little piggy bank and just buy things. Meanwhile, he and the MAGA Republicans are giving tax cuts to the billionaires that will lead to at least $19 trillion added to the deficit over the next 10 years, at least. Look at this picture. I started off by showing you what Donald Trump was posting. Mocking former President Biden, who courageously led our country out of the hellscape that Donald Trump created with COVID in 2020. Just look at this. Just look at these people. Look at MAGA Mike. Just zoom in on his face. Look at Trump's face. Look at weirdo J.D. Vance. I mean, these are demented individuals. I don't even want to call them men. These are demented individuals who are giving standing ovations when they were talking about getting rid of laws that helped red
Das
states.
sind Nachrichten, die man bei uns nicht expected. Es ist quasi alles Fernwelt und wenn man sich offen gegen etwas äußert, wird man als NICHTS. Das sind Nachrichten, die man bei uns nicht expected. Es ist quasi alles Fernwelt.
Unless it's the wrong chat, don't be sorry. And trust me, dude, I get that. I actually had to do a lot of research and a lot of homework to find these guys. And to make sure that they were doing their research and their homework. Yeah, this channel is primarily a bunch of lawyers in our government that's their job, is to make sure that our government is doing what it's supposed to and not doing illegal shit. That's where these guys come from. Some of them are now professors teaching law. Some of them are now retired and just reporting. And then some of them are still active lawyers in government. As a matter of fact, this channel has, from Trump's first term, his main lawyer, Michael Cohen, who now speaks out against him. Oh, that is properly spelt, though. Yeah, they are a form of mediation between the people and the government, law-wise, most of the time, as well as when people break the rules, they have to go to court for that. Lawyers are very much the person that will defend you in court if you pay them. Kind of shit. I don't know if you guys get that kind of stuff over there. Okay. Getting better? Not exactly. Over here, there's still a lot of damage control going on. As in, damage within the government. That's still happening, even. At least the American political left, which is still just right of center for you guys out there, is standing up, making a fuss. The Oregon Tesla dealership, which is Elon Musk shit, no swatting, got a delivery of lead and a lovely note for Elon. Found out about that through Twitter and put a couple of notes on that. Yeah. Shit gets real quick out here. And, Oregon don't fuck around. Oregon's going, you fucked around, and now you're going to find out. At least its citizens are. Not so much its government, of course. I don't know how your guys' government is set up in comparison. So I don't know if you have individual provinces, towns, or what, or counties, or whatnot, that you have a person that is kind of your speaker or lead person for that. But that would be the role of the citizens of these states that I'd be talking about that would be in government. Not the leader of the town, but the next size area up. Pretty much all the way till right before your... I think... Do you guys have a parliament? How is your government system set up? And don't be afraid to use German. I'll translate it. It doesn't bother me. Matter of fact, I'm rather enjoying getting the chance to talk to somebody from over there. For now, I'm going to leave TTS off, just so that way we don't have to worry about it. I don't know if you're talking... Yes, I'm talking to you. There's nobody else in the trailer. Jackson hasn't said anything for a little bit. Nor has Phil. Or if it is who I think it is, Philly. Understandable. Yeah, we got people standing up. Okay, Phil, not a problem. Sorry if I pulled you away from it. I don't like having my smoke sessions interrupted. Speaking of which, let's do so. Sucks I don't have any dabs. I'm out. I think Billy had a brilliant idea. Hey, Bill. Did you play Crossout? Oh, because I got annoyed with the game. That's right. I was like, why did I leave that clan? Oh, because I got freaking tired of the game's imbalance. Because that would be where I would know you. Was it THC? I can turn it back on. As a matter of fact, I could really mess with you. But it'd make it harder for me to... Well, I really don't need to worry about that. So I can read it. Oh, it might just confuse things. Yes, I'm pondering to myself and talking it out. There we go. Now TTS is active again.
So I have to go.
Okay, if you gotta go, you gotta go. I'm not gonna fret about that. But if you don't have to, you're not being driven out. See ya. But
bye.
Yeah,
At Philip Blunt BB smiley face.
That would be where I would know you from. If you are the same Philip Blunt. Which is rather possible. It is spelled the exact same way. I think the clan name was THC, but I also can't remember if that was one I got into after. So I know after I was in that clan that I'm thinking I'm remembering you from.
My PSN tag is a little different.
Hey, Philly. It's Mage.
It's Dr. Phil Blunt.
Uh-huh. Let's see. Do I? Search. Yup. That would be it.
I think we were in UFO together.
Quite possible, because I don't remember the clan name. Straight up. I don't remember the abbreviations or nothing. I do not remember. I remember some of y'all from it. Yours is one name I every time I've seen that I can't like.
I was in Shrapnel.
I know I wasn't in Shrapnel. I very well could have made it into UFO.
It was one of the first 100 clans, I think.
That'd be why I don't really recognize the name. Yeah, the ones I remember for sure, abbreviations THC, Canadian Royals. I still don't know why they added me to that.
And might be Russian.
And might be Russian? Might be as joke or is. Though honestly, unless you're really happy with Trump, Putin, and what's going on between the two of them, I ain't got no problem with you, even if you are Russian. Just like over here, many of the other countries aren't angry at most of the American people, but what America, the country, and its government is doing. Don't get me wrong. They're certainly angry at the people who voted for this shit. And are not stepping up and saying this is not okay. Son of a bitch.
Sorry, but one of my country's best friends just slapped me in the face.
One of my friends, one of my country's best friends. Yes. If I'm catching what you're putting down. And I would apologize to you as well. And that's more what I remember. No, I can't blame you for being pissed at most of us down here. Not at all. Not looking at all. Shit. I'm pissed at us. Shit. Good to see you again, figuratively speaking. Shut up there. Sorry. Intrusive thought. Oh. No, it wasn't the Canadian Royals. That's why I left the Klan. Now I remember. It was because it was at the beginning of Trump's first term, and I disagreed with a few members of the Klan on Trump. And didn't want to hear it. Didn't have the stomach for it at the time. Didn't have the patience. I didn't have the patience to break it down to the whole Klan, but, yeah, when I was 7, I saw this motherfucker's ass on The Apprentice, episode 2, and called him out for the slime ball he is. Not only that, but predicted what we are currently going through. But no, I did not see it as a full destabilization of the entire world.
I have a bit of a memory issue. They think it's CTE.
CTE. I need to look that abbreviation up. Because that one, I do not know.
So I don't remember Trump's first real well.
Well, I can say it was better than it is now. There were a lot of people there to stop him from doing a lot of the stuff that he's doing now. He's got a lot more people who are just right there with him now. Trump drove the economy pretty badly down. We were close to a depression when he got out of office. Tried to build a wall on the border of Mexico. Wasn't being able to do so. Blocked by Democrats and some Republicans. In reality, there has been bipartisan resistance against Trump on both terms. This term, Trump's taken to calling them rhinos, which I don't quite get that abbreviation either. Ah! Ouch! Yeah, that would definitely make it difficult to remember shit like that, dude. Definitely.
I am a numbers guy, so I don't recall what, but I see the effects.
Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. Is I can definitely see the effects. To really explain what's happened in general, do you know what the Overton window is? If not, I can explain it. Or what the YouTube videos explain it.
No, sure.
Okay.
Not.
Right. The Overton window is the window of which society as a whole actively sees as what's acceptable and not acceptable on a scaling measure bar from extreme right shit to extreme left shit. The window's gone from like this being center to extending and sliding over to this being
good.
No. What happened was, to make this possible, Trump normalized a lot of dirty, underhanded, illegal shit through propaganda and, well, lies. Up to the point that what was once thought of as unacceptable in 2000 is now acceptable in Trump. This is including drugs in the freaking government, as in, during Trump's first term, his medical personnel were giving out medication like candy. And the Democrats got the receipts for it. all the Adderall jokes from his first term were based on something. On the
I have a little of what you might call a classical education.
Fair enough. And if you are Canadian, it's still better than most American education. I'm going to say that. I'm not an educated guy. I'm a well-studied guy. Another way to put it, I'm an observer. I sit back and I watch everything going on. And sadly, with having made the prediction of what's happening now, I have to sit here and watch it all happen in slow motion, with this being my only way to do something about it for the most part. And I'll be damned if I'm not going to do my part to fucking fight back against this shit. I've said a few different times on my stream to not leave me in a room alone with those people. It will not end well. I've become rather studied in psychology and see through them like fucking plastic. Clear ass fucking sheet of sticky wrap plastic. I mean, I see enough of a person I can do that with anyone.
What Trump did was take advantage of the shortcoming of a democracy. Socrates say it 2,500 years ago.
Okay, but that's not something to minimize. But still, rather a big deal. One being, if we want our democracy to be able to last through something like this again, we got to fix that. If it makes it through this. And technically,
I might start with education.
It is a damn good place to start. It really is. There's a little bit more to it. Over the last 30 plus years, they have been changing districting for voting, which has been disenfranchising many voters, causing lower vote numbers, so on and so forth. There have also been people using what are called Jim Crow laws, one of which allows any American citizen to question the votes of any other American citizen, including on something as small as having the same name as somebody who lives in the same county or same voting district, and both votes getting thrown out.
I have watched it happen for a long time now.
So you've been watching Slow Creep too. Yeah. Before I did my studying in psychology, I knew what Trump was. Before I was old enough to know that psychology was psychology, I knew what Trump was. I didn't know what it was called. But a snake in the grass is a snake in the grass. A slimy man is a slimy man. And sadly, somehow, I don't even fucking know how I had this knowledge back then. I can't even fucking believe it. But I knew enough about society to fucking predict his terms. No timing. No, I didn't have it down to like that. But to say that it was going to come. And the last part of the prediction seems to be coming to fruition with this term. I really fucking hope it doesn't. Well, I guess that would have been a world war, even though my small mind didn't think that at the time.
That is.
I predicted Donald Trump would get us to a pretty damn good war. The people I saw us against were the EU, Canada. I didn't see Mexico. I didn't see Russia. I didn't see Ukraine. Those ones for sure, though. I knew a target at that age. Yeah. When you predicted the shit that's coming, and all you can really do is sit here and watch it happen in slow motion, it sucks. It really fucking sucks. Especially when you've been speaking out about it for, well, since that point in time.
When I was thinking of joining the army, there was still a USSR.
Fair enough. Yeah, I wasn't old enough till 07 to join. And I attempted. Damn right I did. I didn't make it through basic. Not a big surprise knowing what I know now. Had I known I was autistic, I probably would not have tried. And they more likely would have said no. My recruiter told me to keep my mouth shut about my depression, which was what I knew I had. And then on week 8 of 9, basic training, they pulled me in for a psych eval, and after a little bit of chit-chat, the psychiatrist says, "How the fuck did you get here? You're not supposed to be here. You're getting discharged."
But then the wall came down, and the big bad guy gave up.
Yeah, not necessarily gave up. More of a retreat. He's trying to retake what he had. That's what's going on with Ukraine. Poland and Sweden are scared they're next. From Swedes and Polacks. As you may have noticed from our Austrian friend, they're a bit concerned too. I kept mixing my shit up with Thunder. Kept talking about Germany. And I'm just now realizing it, feeling like an idiot. know enough about Austria's political landscape.
And by the looks of things, Putin is still fighting the war I was going to fight in the 80s.
He sure as hell is. Yeah, that's what I was saying. He just took a different approach.
And dulling his big sword in the process.
Very much so. That was kind of why, when Thunder asked about my opinion on the Russian military power over Ukraine, I made it clear that as far as weaponry and whatnot go, yeah, Russia's got it. But as far as actual tactics and strategy, Zelensky's fucking walking all over him in that regard. I can't look bad on Zelensky. I have not seen him do a goddamn thing that warrants it. As a matter of fact, his ass goes out there and fights on the front line. That's fucking honorable. I got respect for that shit. I very much disliked the last time that he was in White House, the Oval Office, whichever, wherever the hell it was, when Donald Trump and Vance attacked him, especially with the cheap shot about the suits. But I loved his comeback for that. He's like, it's work time right now. I'm a fighter. I'll put on a costume after the war's over. And of course that pissed them all off. It's not a costume, man. The fuck it ain't. Do you wear that to sleep when you go home? Do you sit in that after your long day? No? Then it's a job costume. Just like me having to be Uncle Sam or Lady Liberty waving sign for that tax company. Sorry. Zelensky has thanked us so many times for our help. I'm surprised half our people hasn't considered him Canadian. Or think that he was groveling. No, I'm going to be clear. And Phil, you already know what I'm about to say. As far as this goes, this isn't going to be anything new to you. If you support Putin over Zelensky, you're on the wrong side of history. And I'm just going to be.
That is one more thing that makes Don look like a Russian asset and Melinio is his handler.
Right? I may be part of the LGBTQ community, but even I gotta laugh at these freaking jokes about Trump and Elon being a gay couple. That shit's funny. Because, no. No. Sorry. It's like, even if they were both closet. No. They both have, or both are too far on the narcissistic personality spectrum, or disorder spectrum, to be able to cohabitate like that without a whole lot of problems. One way to put it would be like a gay couple, but both men are.
My buddy is losing his hair and want to know who Elon's hair guy is.
Probably some uberly expensive motherfucker. And honestly, if anything, that's Trump. I mean, Trump's far enough along in age that he would have a damn good idea. Even if he doesn't have any kind of hair treatments whatsoever. I'm saying that because I don't know. I certainly don't think it's a league. I think it's just a come over. What that come over's purpose is? Not my place.
Elon's rug is way better than Don's.
This is true. This is very true. This is very, very true. Smart ass in me goes, yeah, but I got Elon beat. But then again, my shit's natural, so it doesn't work. Doesn't help them. Come on, thank you. Don't like how much that's been rocking. That back.
I think Elon's hair is transplanted. Oh shit, Elon's trans.
Can't we just deport Elon back to Africa, where he came from? Oh wait, he's got too much money. He'll just buy him back in. The Trump's gold card. Fucking stupid. Why can't people realize you can't run a government like a business? What they do is just too different. Businesses, their whole thing is to make a profit. Make money, make money, make money. Governments is not to make money.
The Nazis made good cars.
I can't argue that. But he is a Nazi. Elon Musk and his swastikars. Yeah. Let me tell you, anyone in the autism community is going to go, "That's not autism!" As a matter of fact, after that event happened, let's just say autism chat rooms were going nuts. The community was not happy. Someone assuming that Or saying that it was because he was autistic, or just like, no. That is not autism. And then did you see Steve Bannon did it too?
I have known a real Nazi or two in my time, and Elon would be part of the roundups.
Oh, I am not disagreeing that as a real Nazi he'd be a total freaking, well, corpse. But everything else is there. And he probably has it in his head that as long as he's one of the higher ups, he'll be fine. Elon is at least smart enough to do a little bit of research. He sure as hell isn't building rockets, but he's smart enough to do a little bit of research. No, Elon Musk knew full well what he did. There is no question on that. Doing it again right after? No. Sorry. He makes shitty cars because he's a shitty Nazi. His companies make shitty rockets because he's a shitty Nazi. That's the fucked up thing. Elon's bad at being a Nazi. Sorry, I just finished my pot of coffee, so I needed to relieve myself. Speaking of which, weird. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, no, for real. If Elon tried to be a Nazi back in Hitler's days, yeah, he'd round it up quicker than shit. And they would take all his shit. For real. He would no longer have so much money. Ouch. And yeah, it is factors like that that I think is funny that people don't get. Okay, Thor, I don't want to know about that one. Thor posted a new short on Twitch. Ferret Milk was the title. I'm like, I think I'll pass. Yeah. No, and the problem is Elon's not the only one. And honestly, at this moment, I'm not sure who's going to come out as top dog in the scenario between Trump and Musk. personally, I think if with Musk being where he's at, to some extent, he's got to have Trump by balls. He quite literally let Elon's son talk down to him and insult him in the Oval Office while he was sitting in the president's chair behind the Resolute desk and did nothing except sit there and pout. Meanwhile, Elon was the one talking to the press and making the actual press statement. The only thing I can think is how fucking bizarre. But no, there are Americans that are fighting back. And not just by protest. Typical thing. As I stated earlier about the Salem, Oregon Tesla dealership and getting a lead delivery. You know that. You don't get it. Yeah, everything that I have to survive is at risk. I'm not going to go after Social Security and retirement and the veterans. Sure, that's not what we're seeing right now. That's not what we're seeing at all. It's sunshine, roses, puppy dogs, and kittens. Yeah, gotcha, Trump. I just had to resist that. I was just about to do a mocking imitation or impersonation. What? And like it's funny, he says we have the greatest economy ever. No, we don't. No, the fuck we don't. As a matter of fact, it has plummeted since he's gotten in office. Every time he makes a decision about these tariffs and this tariff war he's starting, it drops more. Can I get a pump and dump scenario going here? Is that what I'm seeing? Because that's really what it's looking like. And then Trump's sitting there crying like a baby that he's being politically prosecuted. When in all reality, he politically put his right-hand man from the first term, his lawyer, Michael Cohen, in jail. You want the pillows. Okay.
Tariffs are real bad for capitalist consumers.
Yeah, seriously. There's no two ways around that one. There really is no two ways around that one. And I wish a lot more people would know that, or try to find that out. I've had to explain it to a few people. Because it's like, okay. The number of people who had to look up what a tariff was after they elected Trump this term, it fucking hurts my soul. Because that is straight up just not looking at the information that's available to you. You went under? Okay. I thought you would. No booker. Deal. Yeah, no, I don't have the mind to be able to go over everything that's going wrong at the moment in enough detail for it to be understandable in one shot. I really don't. Because I have to also battle with the fact that what's happening isn't making logical sense, which in my mind is an automatic negative. Something like this at this level, if it's not making logical sense, it shouldn't be happening. Cutting back flight tower workers. Cutting back the CDC. Cutting back Social Security. Firing government paid veterans. And this is just bringing this shit up on the surface. This isn't even going into it. And it's not even a quarter of what's going on.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, you.
Yo. So,
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, it's time for the corner store taquitos tonight.
keep going to the wrong places.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, I'm going to grab some for the hell of it too.
Okay. I don't have some money just yet. So, I chill.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. How much are they there?
The taquitos are 8.
The tariffs will increase the market value. The question is, will the price fall after they get it somewhere else, or keep the percent 25 as extra profit?
More than likely keeping it as extra profit. Within the government. Or, no. Yeah, they would just keep it as extra profit. Unless they want to call it reimbursement for taxes paid. Which is what they might write it off as.
So 25% inflation.
At minimum. Really depends. With these tariffs being all over the place and not just 25%, but being different percentages from different places, there is more effect. Shit.
Plus the fuel price increase.
Well, let's be straight. If a certain sector of the consumer market increases its price, the other sectors are watching and waiting for the next person to do it, so that way they can do it. And that person's being watched so that way they can do it. It's a chain, and it's kind of nasty. I mean, it really is kind of nasty. Like the whole no monopolies thing, that's been gone for a while. Monopolies are very much a thing. As a matter of fact, there's even government-sanctioned monopolies. Known as the utility sector. I could quite literally go on all day about different shit that is fucked up. In the Constitution, it's written, anything that is to be deemed mandatory by the government that has a cost associated to it is to be paid by the government, not the citizen, because it is mandatory by the government. Now, I am not using this as an argument against identification. I'm using it as an argument against having to pay for it. Because it is government mandated and government required. Therefore, by constitutional law, government should be paying for it. That rule that scenario in and of itself doesn't affect me so much because I just do IDs. I can't drive. I can drift in the video games like no tomorrow. I can't drive. As a matter of fact, I think I will do some car X today. Kind of sounds good.
Zadorova scissor.
Give me 1 sec to get that translated. I see the peace sign. What? Oh, that's why. Oh. Helps you if you do it in the right way. Hello and welcome. Sorry, I only speak English and, well, I speak English fluently and understand it fluently. I know very little bits of Spanish, but I understand broken English rather well. Otherwise, I don't know other languages and have to use Translate. No problem. No, the other thing to keep in mind with the tariffs is the fact that Trump's trying to do everything made in America, which means a lot of things are going to have to be brought in to be made. Which means more than 25%. And that includes the tech industry. As I've said a few times, this does not bode well for the U.S. This does not bode well for the world. This is not just a U.S. problem, it's a world problem. But people here in the U.S. have to do something about it. Because we are on the front lines this time, not Germany. Or Austria.
As that guy from GM said, you can't build a $5 billion factory overnight.
Exactly.
Sorry, I don't understand English, but you often get caught. Sito Tai Imis Vivadu. Caught. Are you a Pokemon?
That's basically what I was asking. It's like, what do you mean? If I am a Pokemon, how do I keep getting free if I often get caught? Do I annoy my trainers that much? To be clear, I do understand I am not completely free. As a matter of fact, I'm away from it. I'm an American. Sorry about that.
I don't really know anything about Pokemon.
Usually after they're caught, unless for some reason the trainer doesn't want the Pokemon, they keep it. And it sits in a storage PC.
Tak Tai Sam Paravodas Esli Nesnakomai Jag. A2 Super. Ostalnie Rogorca. Sito Pisat Nado Toko Narangle. Real no Tai Pasimu to Casto Poavesa V recommendation. I will slap those nips KEK. That's okay. It's not really important, is it?
No, not really.
Are you Dr. Pepper?
Yeah, a lot of other streamers really are very picky about people using English. Dude.
This is Dr. Pepper's headquarters.
Oh, shit. Well, let me see what you guys are looking at. Yeah, the Dr. Pepper is the primary one that's visible. My head's kind of in the way of the 7-Up. No, that's actually a cardboard box insulation that I put together for my trailer so it stays warm. And I don't freeze my butt off.
Da. Bolsensvo Strymrov Dobolno Pridasavi V8 and Bopros. Knowing that. A Spolsu Google DLA Paravoda.
It sounded like German. But I don't know my languages very well.
Tai Prois Vodas V Pekatlini Osen Horosego. Du Sevnogo Slavka. I don't even speak Russian.
Well, it's not for you. We have a Russian...
Keeps you warm. It was -40 with the wind chill 2 weeks ago.
I don't have that issue here.
Tai prois vodas v pekatlini osen horosego, du sevnogo slavka.
Oh shit.
Simu tak nogo ruski. Russian language. Vodka vodka hard base potato. Isvini.
Now I need to highlight that again so I can read it again and respond. Ah.
Oj tokosekas uvidal, pasimu mo supsani, ot drigogolitsa.
Let's try this again.
Spazivo, a star aspite.
In English, that sounds amusing.
R attack A2 type Izes. Person face mobbing. Thank you for following CrossUp smiley face.
Thank you. Hmm? Oh.
Potomu Sito a Slukaino Okpravel Ego Obratno BMSdo Togo, Sita B Vosprois Vestis Zanovo. Ossen Kruto, A Vipavi Taco Bizu. Strim na Inostranum Ag, Kotori Perevodit Bob Storani Fire Kak Tai Tak Delays. At least I understood a smidge of German.
Fair enough. As you can see up on the screen, right there, that's how I do it. Google Translate. Copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. Yeah. That's how I'm doing it. Oh, got the switch good. Oh, it does not like abbreviation.
My Mac is 15 years old. Copy paste V8 and VS Magia.
That's an old Mac. I'd have to say it's running pretty good. If you're on it right now. Uh-huh. I remember. I'm very glad I never had to work on one.
I little 8-bit is at times.
Understandable.
Sofsum nemnogo. A2 datum ne nebolsu zadishku esogbatum, no rabbitat. I was thinking enlarged, no.
Oh. It doesn't like to enlarge. Damn. So I still gotta say, those light bulbs could do some work.
Turns kinda slideshowish. Days esli tai isvolsis paravoltic, A2 awesome cruto. Spazibo cito udeles vienamani castomu. Ni casti strimmer budet trachet svo vrema na paravod. Krasava. Ah! Who he calls slow-brained.
No one's calling somebody. Oh. No. No one's calling anybody slow brain. I said that I had a little bit of a delay to respond.
I know.
Translate. Oh. Booger. Yeah, I forgot you do that. And of course, maybe me, I'm an explainer. Yeah. First.
I am not as think as you stoned I am.
Didn't have a gauge on that whatsoever, so yes, you are.
Though you Nars A2 Zaprazino, Illy A2 Prosto Tabac.
Okay. Correct my horribly broken spelling.
Posalushta, IA Posteraus Nova Zaplatit Bisem, Potomusito Casti Basin. At Old Magigai Fire.
Thank you. What I've got here is just tobacco.
Sakers Tabac, no A Taxe Carusolini, no A2 Ni Zaprazinosa days.
Oh. Ouch. Yeah, he's definitely tobacco at the moment, but yes, I'll smoke it agreed. Typically, I'm vaping and dabbing, but I don't have those at the moment. I just got flour.
There is sorta one good thing Trump has done for Canada. He is tanking Poilievre at the polls.
Yes, he is. He very much is. And even his
Obyknowe spolzuteliki ili vosk dla svogo zelenego sibeta. No sekas humena est toka zeleni sivtok.
Yeah, his ratings here are not good. Last I'd seen, he was in 30s. Trump's definitely breaking records, but in all bad ways. Hey, I am not one to argue that. This is typically more what my just chatting streams look like. Typically, I throw in a little bit of gaming as well, up on the second screen. But also in those streams, I will stop what I'm doing as soon as I can and stop and talk to y'all. Because, well, it's important. And I had been watching streamers and YouTubers for years before I got into streaming. And I got a chance to see what they were doing wrong.
It's strange how it turns out. We live in the same world, but you allow greed, and we have criminal liability for it. It's very strange. I don't understand how this is possible, because we are talking about the same thing. I can never understand this.
I get you. Okay, leads to E. Hopefully this translates properly.
They got sold a lie.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
A nabladal za drugimi strojmrami godami, presde sem nakat svoj sobstveni. A vidal, sito oni dalali nepravilno.
Oof. Ah. Oh, that's why.
A2 strano, nekatory svodatsa k kulchanim razlishim, nekatory k pravazam group.
And get that sentiment as well. It is odd. But a lot of it does come down to culture and governing groups. Oregon tried to be a little too liberal there for a little while.
Ahahari A to Dumai, Otkuda Stolko Ruski v Kate, A2 Okezi Vietsatai Srazu Parabodas, Vo a Tuklu person facepalming.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Net, Tiny Takoch, Bolsensvo ni Govorat ni Zedenort, Krone Ter, K2 Sledue. Tai VSE Ravno Krutoj, OBC stays Inostrican biceps. A real Novipavi Taco Bizu.
Oof. Wrong way around. Go.
A mosit by is essa, no a tu nes an acid, cito a dols investi siba subvetsveno, colon closing parenthesis. Normalnie ludzi dolzni derzatce BMW'szte.
I'll miss that one. I need to see that one quick too.
Spravedlivý.
That works.
Agreed. YouTube. Howard. Hi there, my beautiful dear friend. I love you, Justin. You're so awesome.
Hi, Howard. So let's just make sure we do this right. That's all right.
So Glasavani. YouTube. Howard. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, y'all. Except for our Russian friend.
My stolko no go s turbo parabelli v Google parabolchike. No atak I ni ponal cacti bazobu. Mena Alexander.
You're not the first one to say that. Okay. You're still not the first one to say your name is Alexander. Not what I thought you were saying, but
What now?
What now?
Anazivai Siba Magam. Mo Mertvo I'm a Justin.
Right now I'm just honestly chilling. Technically the news stream is over and we're just kind of carrying on afterward in a way that I certainly approve of. But it really is about time for the next stream. I am certainly running late for my midday chill. Not that I haven't already engaged the chill part. I just haven't engaged the stream part.
I don't read Russian. YouTube. Howard, I just want to thank you for always being nice to me and accepting me and not judging me. You're amazing, and thank you for being my friend.
You're welcome, Howard. I'm not going to respond to you in Russian, Phil. I will respond to you in English so you can hear it and understand it without issue. Yeah, if it's in Russian, know that I am talking across. And if you want to see the translation of what's being said in chat, up there, you might be able to see it on the screen. But that is quite literally my desktop screen you're looking at. Of course, my OBS is hidden, but yeah, just makes it a little prettier. And we don't have the ever-running hallway. The unending hallway of soda boxes. Ah, there it goes. Yeah, because I've got smoked back.
I thought I said something about the old computer and poor video, but I have memory issues and might have forgot.
You did. You were saying about having the the light bulb back, and that sometimes it goes 8-bitty on you. But when you're watching streams, that can still happen without your computer. Whoop, bugging. Shouldn't be happening right now, though. Stream quality is pretty solid as far as stability. Oh, that's supposed to be butt. Got a garbage can there. I'm not spitting on the floor. Just be clear.
I couldn't read it before.
Fair enough. So yeah, that could be either side. It could be your PC when that happens. If it's on my stream when it's happening, it could be my stream as well. I'm just gonna be real. Oh.
The computer is old as dirt.
Okay, then we're both old as dirt. Because we're all just a computer. And I have a YouTube viewer who would get a little up in arms. We said we were all as dirt. Be like, you're not old as dirt. I'm old as dirt. You got a long ways to go yet. Or something along the lines. He's one of my YouTube viewers that comes in just for the baby. Oh. I don't want to end this stream to start a new stream on you guys. But I can't start shouldn't start a game. Willing to stream time still. And I can't change it without ending the stream. Downfall restream! Yay!
The last time I laughed at that, I fell off my Dino and broke my wooden underwear. Imne Nuzno Budet Izminit Nazvani Potoka Seres Neskolko.
I wonder. Too bad.
And to be clear, Dino was Fred's dog.
Yes. I'm sorry. I heard it say Dino, and that's...
Philip Blunt a Tiba Ponimau, no strimmer Unars Vidamo Popal Pasimu to be recommendation. Vo my Smotrum.
I heard it say Dino, and the first thing that came across my head was Dino's little yap yap bark bark thing, as the yapping barking sound he makes as he's running through the house in the theme song. So I'm just hearing. I can't hear Dino and not think that.
No A2 Kudo Kotoro Srazu Parebodit Na Vas Ag, A2 Zay Kruto. Atolkoni poemo, DLA Vasvid Osvusavan po Angliski, Zasam SA Parebodit. A2 ni kudo, modstrug, no A2 pohos na sovremini tenalogi nauka. YouTube, Hinson Jackson, WTFFFFF.
Jackson's back! I have a viewer over on Twitch who speaks Russian fluently. Doesn't really understand English. I'm like, you know what? It's good. I got something for that. Ah!
So.
Give me a minute to send this message, and I'll stop the stream and switch over. I'm thinking it's drifting. I'm feeling corrects today. And then I forgot what was responded to. Brain fart.
Potomu Sito Umena Esto Delni Sajati, Kotori Sititum Ne Mojkat. Does he know I have no idea what he said?
Quite possibly.
Takeze slisu sito on a paravodit, primer no normal no. No visu sito tai bse ravno paravodus, imne pokazalos stranim. Horoso, vse, sekas samoe vrema diele smeni potoka, vernus seres neskolko. YouTube, Hinson Jackson, bro this wild DDDDDD.
Yeah. And on the same window, under another tab, I have TTS to read my chat.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, you're a legend for allowing this language in. Hey friends with 100k plus subs who only allow English.
Do what? What do you mean, Jackson? For the fact of how starkly different it is? Is that what you're saying?
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I have friends with over 100k subscribers that only allow English in their chat is what I mean.
I thought it was something along those lines. Yeah. Doing this as a streamer is not common. It's not. I've seen a few people do it.
Esli VSE Rabitat Horiso, VSE, Cito A Mogu Stellat, A2 byte Skarslibum.
Yeah, no, I'm not scared to be different. And I'm not going to judge somebody just based on where they're from or what language they can speak. If I have a way that I can interact and talk to the person that I can do even on my budget, why the fuck not? I mean, I'm out here to hang out, chill, and get to know people from around the world. That's really my main thing here. The money is nice. It helps. It really fucking helps. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't need it. But honestly, stuff like this makes it worth it.
This translator is so weird. I didn't understand anything. I ate the last message. Sasno Gavora, Taki Selos Nosti Stoke Togo, C2B Idalat. Esli Paravolchik Rabitat Horiso, A Mogu Tolka Radabatsa Atomu. No A2 ni Mozet Obasnit Mu Nesposadnost K Virazenu Amochi.